Chapter 1200. Lao Wang's letter for help after spending half a year. Ning Qi refined all the immortal herbs and elixirs that Wang Shui gave him. He didn't have elixir recipes for some elixirs, so he went to the dragon slaying mall to exchange them. He also supplemented the elixir recipe library in his mind. In the end, 90% of the immortal herbs and elixirs were all turned into elixir pills. 7 rank 6 eternal 9 transformation pills. 47 rank 5 nirvana pills. 130 tier 4 essence yang pills. Over 3,400 grade 2 cultivation increasing pills. The above was the result of Ning Qi's half a year. He took 30% of it and put the rest in another Qian Kun ring, ready to give it to Wang Shui. If these elixirs were refined by an ordinary alchemist or even an alchemy grandmaster at the level of Xianyu, the value would be at least 10 times lower than what Ning Qi refined. Ning Qi swallowed 2 9 cycles of eternal life pills in one gulp, increasing his cultivation base by more than 600 years. His law energy increased by another 6,000 years. It's a pity that the level 2 cultivation enhancing pill has no effect on me. Otherwise, combined with the essence left behind by the evil Azura, the increase in my cultivation base after a year of seclusion would be quite impressive. Ning Qi faintly sighed. He had already refined all the immortal grasses and spirit medicines he obtained from the ancient desolation forbidden area into medicinal pills during his last seclusion, and had even swallowed them. Next, he wanted to rush towards the power of 3 million Tao principles and break through to the middle stage of the eternal life realm. The amount of cultivation resources he needed was unimaginable for ordinary people. It was no wonder that there was a rumor in the Azure Dragon continent. It was said that a certain prodigy had awakened a saint-grade divine soul, but because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to the transcendence realm, he forcefully used all sorts of methods to reduce his divine soul to the emperor grade. Later on, this prodigy successfully broke through to the transcendence realm and often used this matter as a source of pride. In the end, because this genius was too arrogant, he accidentally touched the butt of a tiger and fled the Azure Dragon continent in a panic. When he first heard this story, Ning Qi felt that it was very familiar. He specially asked Lao Wang and learned that this genius was called Wu Yin. The person he had offended was none other than the profound truth great sage. He had been chased all over the place by the profound truth great sage, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When the passageway was destroyed, I appeared in the great desert region. Wu Yin shouldn't be too far away from me. Why didn't I hear anything? Ning Qi thought for a moment, then shook his head and began to cultivate in seclusion. With the evil Azura's essence, he could absorb 20 to 30 principal energies every day to strengthen himself. In a month, he could absorb 600 to 700 principles. After 30 years of secluded cultivation, Ning Qi would be able to increase the power of 200,000 laws. After 300 years, Ning Qi would be able to break through to the middle stage of the eternal life realm. Ning Qi had once gone into seclusion for over 1,000 years. Now, 30 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 30-day training ground that Ning Qi had purchased was up. He had also cultivated there for more than 30 years. The thick power of laws surged continuously in his body. The power of 1,300,000 laws. Ning Qi clenched his fist with satisfaction, smiled slightly, and left the top cultivation training ground. A month's time was up, and he had to report to Wang Shui. "Master, you're out of seclusion." When the maid waiting outside the alchemy room saw Ning Qi, she hurriedly stepped forward and asked politely, "Within this month, did Miss Wang Shui come to look for me?" Ning Qi smiled. "Eldest Miss didn't come, but there was a cultivator who called himself Old Wang. He sent a letter to you." A maid smiled and handed a jade slip to Ning Qi. The restrictive spell on it was intact, proving that no one had seen it. However, if a law manifestation cultivator wanted to check it, they could still do it without leaving a trace. After all, Old Wong was just a middle-stage eternal life realm cultivator. The restrictive spell that he could arrange was not very good. Ning Qi directly rubbed off the restrictive spell on it and crushed the jade slip. He saw a large golden character appear in the void in front of him. The maids looked confused. Obviously, they couldn't see these characters. Only eternal life realm cultivators could see them. Little Bay, no, Brother Bay, Boss Bay, I'm Old Wong. I don't know how my enemy learned that I was in the Wong family's ancestral city. Now they are looking for me. I asked someone to send you this jade slip. If you have time, come out and have a look. If I haven't drunk the spirit concentration tea for a month, for the sake of our past relationship, help me go to the Kongtong Holy Land to find a female cultivator named Yuji. Tell her my bad news and ask her to run away with my son. Wong Haoren, respectfully. Enemy? Kongtong Holy Land? Ning Qi furrowed his eyebrows slightly. In reality, he did not have much of a relationship with Lao Wang. However, Lao Wang had sincerely advised him when they were at the North Street Market. At that time, Lao Wang did not know about Ning Qi's pill refinery techniques or the details of Ning Qi's cultivation. Since Lao Wang had asked him to help him send a message, Ning Qi had no reason not to help. Ning Qi came to the small courtyard where Wang Shui was and was taken to a hall by the guards. When he entered, he found that in addition to Wang Shui, Wang Long and Wang Mu were also there. Between the two stood a rather tall cultivator who exuded the aura of the late-stage eternal life realm. Bei Xian, you're here. Wang Shui saw Ning Qi and stood up from the chair. At the same time, she winked at Ning Qi and transmitted her voice. This person is the eldest disciple of the Nailin alchemy sect, Nailin Bai. I'm afraid he came with ill intentions today. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He nodded and smiled at Wang Shui. Miss Wang Shui, I finished refining the immortal herbs you gave me last time. Other than my 30%, the rest of the elixir pills are in this interspatial ring. After saying that, Ning Qi handed the interspatial ring to Wang Shui. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Wait, did I allow you to leave? Wang Mu sneered and blocked Ning Qi's path. Wang Long stood on the other side with him, vaguely intending to surround Ning Qi. What's the matter? Ning Qi glanced at the two of them indifferently. In his eyes, these two were like ants that he could destroy with a flip of his hand. This is Senior Nailin Bai, the eldest disciple of the Nailin alchemy sect. As an alchemy master, why aren't you kneeling and greeting the eldest disciple of the alchemy sect? Wang Mu looked at Ning Qi arrogantly and said indifferently. Wang Long's eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. He was originally worried about how to deal with Ning Qi. In the end, he learned from others that Ning Qi had offended Wang Mu in the North Street Market. Jiukong Ji also said that it was best to find a disciple of the alchemy sect to cooperate with. This way, if something happened, Wang Si couldn't bear the responsibility, and the alchemy sect would. Thus, Wang Long found Wang Mu, and the two hit it off. Oh, the eldest disciple of the alchemy sect. I've heard a lot about you. Ning Qi looked at Nailin Bai indifferently and cupped his hands in a perfunctory manner. Nailin Bai looked at Ning Qi from head to toe and said, I heard that your alchemy skills are quite high. You forced Jiukong Ji to apologize to you? I'm here today to have an alchemy battle with you. I wonder if you can show me your alchemy skills? Oh, I'm not interested in an alchemy battle. Chapter 1201. Demon Fiend Hall not interested? Nailin Bai's eyes turned cold. Even if you don't want to fight, you have to. Alchemy's sovereign Nailin, young Master Beishian, is a consecrated alchemist of the 99th courtyard. Since he doesn't want to fight with you, you can't force him. Wang Shui's eyes flashed with anger as she frowned. Cousin, you're wrong. Alchemy's sovereign Nailin is the eldest disciple of the Nailin alchemy sect. Apart from the 9 Zen alchemy grandmaster and his disciples, all the alchemists in the Wang family have to accept Alchemy Sovereign Nalin's command. Alchemy Sovereign Nalin is giving him face by fighting with this kid. Wang Long sneered. Wang Mu smiled. Wang Shui, you can't do anything about this. Even if your old ancestor comes forward, it's useless. Alchemy Sovereign Nalin's will is Nalin Alchemy, sex will. Wang Shui was startled, and a trace of deep fear flashed in her eyes. Ning Qi smiled at Nalin Bai. There's no need for an alchemy battle. I'll admit defeat as long as you can refine these elixirs. Then Ning Qi smiled at Wang Shui. Miss Wang Shui, please take out the elixirs from your interspatial ring. Nalin Bai frowned. Wang Shui's eyes flashed. She nodded and took out the elixirs from her interspatial ring. These are rank 6-9 transformation eternal elixirs. Nalin Bai's eyes were attracted by the few elixirs with the strongest aura. His eyes were filled with shock. He took a step forward in disbelief and took a 9 transformation eternal elixir from Wang Shui's hand to examine it carefully. In the end, Nalin Bai took a deep breath and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. You know how to refine 9 transformation eternal elixirs? This was an inheritance elixir. Alchemists who could refine rank 6 inheritance elixirs were all at the alchemy ancestor level. A trace of fear gradually appeared in Nalin Bai's eyes. What? 9 transformation eternal elixir? Wang Mu and Wang Long were dumbfounded. They looked at the elixir in Nalin Bai's hand in disbelief. I can't believe that Child Beixian can make a 6th-tier legacy pill. His alchemy skills are probably better than an alchemy king's. Does that mean he's an alchemy grandmaster? Wang Shui stared at Ning Qi blankly, and then a hint of ecstasy flashed in her eyes. She immediately put away the elixir in her hand and took back the 9 turns eternal elixir from Nalin Bai's hand. The 9 turns eternal elixir was a timely help to her. Everyone, I still have some private matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Ning Qi cupped his hands towards Wang Shui, then glanced at Nalin Bai and the other 2 before turning around to leave. This time, Wang Mu and Wang Long didn't dare to stop him. Nalin Bai's mouth opened slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just watched Ning Qi leave in disbelief. Alchemy Emperor Nalin can refine rank 6 eternal 9 turns pill. What level has his alchemy attainments reached? Wang Mu asked. At least an alchemy sovereign. Nalin Bai said in a deep voice. After that, he cupped his hands towards Wang Shui. I'll take my leave first. Alchemy Emperor Nalin, take care. Wang Shui smiled faintly, and her tone was somewhat casual. A trace of anger flashed in Nalin Bai's eyes. But before he could figure out Ning Qi's background, he didn't dare to flare up at this moment. He left with Wang Mu and Wang Long. Boss, give me a cup of concentration tea. Ning Qi came to the tea stall he frequented. Xiao Bei, you haven't been here for more than a month. Where did you go? The familiar guests teased Ning Qi one after another. Ning Qi smiled and chatted with them for a while, then pretended to casually ask, Why didn't Old Wang come today? Old Wang? That guy is probably in seclusion. He hasn't been here for more than a month. Either he went to study alchemy. The stall owner poured a full cup of concentration tea for Ning Qi and casually said, You're looking for Old Wang? This guy's whereabouts are erratic. It seems like he's hiding from someone. Oh, it seems like he has a lot of enemies. Ning Qi smiled faintly. As a cultivator, who doesn't have a few enemies? Take me, for example. There are at least 80 people who want to kill me. But do they dare to come to the Wang family's ancestral city to kill me? Hee. They don't even have the azure dragon crystal to come in. A cultivator in the early stage of eternal life laughed. After drinking tea, Ning Qi directly left the Wang family's ancestral city. The Kongtong Holy Land was very close to the Wang family's ancestral city, only half a month's journey away. If not, Ning Qi would probably be too lazy to pay attention to old Wang. What? He can refine a rank 6-9 transformations eternal pill? After receiving Wang Long's report, Wang Xi's eyes suddenly changed, and then he whispered, "Pass on the message. The people of the 99th courtyard are not allowed to provoke Bei Xian any more." Grandpa, but Wang Long was not willing to let Ning Qi go like this. He can refine a rank 6 inheritance pill. He is not someone you can provoke. Even I can't afford to provoke him. Wang Xi looked at Wang Long coldly. All right. Wang Long nodded unwillingly and retreated. However, he still wanted to kill Ning Qi. After Wang Long left the 99th courtyard, he came to a building on the outskirts of the Wang family's ancestral city. This building was a bit gloomy and few cultivators came in and out. When Wang Long entered, he was received by a middle-aged cultivator. "Young Master Wang Long, do you have business to take care of us?" The middle-aged cultivator who received Wang Long had a shifty look, and his smile was like a weasel's grin. However, his aura was very strong, indicating that he was a cultivator in the late stage of eternal life realm. "I want to see your old ancestor, Dark Fiend." Wang Long said coldly, "The old ancestor Dark Fiend is in seclusion and will not meet guests easily. Young Master Wang Long, if you want to kill someone, just tell me. As long as the other party is not a Transcendence Realm cultivator, I can make the decision. If it is a Transcendence Realm cultivator, please forgive me, young Master Wang Long. Our evil fiend hall does not accept such orders," the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. "The other party's cultivation is not high, only the early stage of eternal life realm. But I want you to kill him. Can you guarantee that?" Wang Long said coldly, "Killing a cultivator in the early stage of eternal life realm is not a problem. As long as young Master Wang Long can pay the price, there are still 5 cultivators in the late stage of eternal life realm in the evil fiend hall." The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. "Killing an early stage eternal life realm cultivator, and you still want to see the old ancestor, Dark Fiend? If it wasn't for Wang Long's identity as a descendant of the Wang family, he would not have come out to receive Wang Long in person. How many azure dragon crystals do you want?" Wang Long said, 5,000 azure dragon crystals. This price is very generous. This is also for the sake of young Master Wang Long, and the cultivation of the person you want to kill is not high. Young Master Wang Long, you can rest assured that I will send 5 cultivators in the late stage of eternal life realm to kill him, the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile. 5,000 azure dragon crystals. Chapter 1202. Kong Tong Sacred. Land walking out of the demon evil hall, Wang Long sneered. "So what if your alchemy skills are good? If you offend me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." In fact, it was because Ning Qi's cultivation was too low that Wang Long didn't put him in his eyes. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to find someone to assassinate Ning Qi. If Ning Qi had the cultivation of late-stage eternal life realm, Wang Long would have listened to Wang Xi's instructions and not provoked Ning Qi for the time being. After Wang Long left, the 5 cultivators in the demon evil hall moved out almost at the same time. Killing an early-stage eternal life realm cultivator? What a joke! There's money to be made anyway. Why not go out for a few months and earn 1,000 azure dragon crystals each? The news said that he has left the Wang family's ancestral city. It's a good time for us to make our move. Let's go and finish him off as soon as possible. I heard that this person is an alchemy master of the Wang family. Won't we get into trouble if we make our move? He's just an alchemy master of the 99th branch. Wang Hai's cultivation level is weaker than our old ancestor of the demon evil hall. What's there to be afraid of? Wang family's main courtyard. In the alchemy room. After listening to Nalan Bai's description, Nalan Mingjian frowned slightly and his eyes flashed. Is what you said true? Absolutely. Nalinbai said in a low voice. Does the Nine Zen alchemy sect know about this? Nalin Mingjian said lightly. The news should not have reached the Nine Zen alchemy sect's ears yet. Nalinbai said respectfully. I see. Block the news and don't let that old guy Jiu-chan know about it. This person must be in our hands. Go and invite him to the main courtyard. I want to see how good his alchemy skills are. You said that this boy is only an early stage eternal life realm cultivator? I can accept him as a disciple. Nalin Mingjian pondered for a moment before he slowly spoke. Accept him as a disciple? A strange look flashed in Nalinbai's eyes, but he still nodded and respectfully agreed. After he left, Nalin Mingjian muttered to himself, an alchemist from the central mainland? With such a perfect alchemy inheritance, even I can't compare to him. It's very likely that he's from a declining alchemy clan. If I can master his pill recipe, there's hope for me to break through to alchemy venerable. At that time, I won't need to stay in the Wang family and refine pills for that old man Xianzhen. Even if I go to the central mainland, I'll be able to establish my own sect. Big brother, that fellow was too arrogant. He humiliated me in front of the super monastery. You have to help me get revenge. Wang Mu said angrily to a youth. Although this youth's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the eternal life realm, the same as Wang Mu, his divine soul was at the emperor grade. He had the power of hundreds of thousands of laws. Even 10 Wang Mus were not his match. Even Wang Shui's was no match for him. After all, Wang Shui's divine soul was only at the royal grade. He was Wang Shao, the genius of Wang Mu's branch, who had the highest hope of breaking through to the transcendence realm. After breaking through, it would not be an ordinary transcendence. With an emperor-grade divine soul, he would at least be able to condense an upper-grade, yellow-grade transcendence. You said that his alchemy skills are very strong? That even Jiukong Ji can't compare to him? Wang Shao frowned. Not just Jiukong Ji, even Nalinbai is no match for him. This boy can refine inheritance elixirs. Wang Mu clenched his teeth and said, if he had agreed to become my consecrated alchemist back then, I naturally wouldn't have dealt with him. The immortal herbs and spirit medicines I can give him are much more than what Wang Shui can give him. This kid is stubborn and can't be used by us, so we'll just kill him. Yes, his cultivation is at the early stage of the eternal life realm, but his alchemy skills are far above Nalinbai's. This person must have obtained a very complete alchemy inheritance. This kind of opportunity is rare. You wait here. I'm going to take his alchemy inheritance as well. Wang Shao let out a faint smile as his body turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared before Wang Mu. When he arrived at the 99th branch, he met Nalinbai, who had an ugly expression on his face. Grandmaster Nalin. Wang Shao faintly smiled and nodded. When Nalinbai saw Wang Shao, he didn't dare to be negligent. After all, Wang Shao was different from Wang Mu. In the large Wang family, there were less than 30 people who had awakened an emperor-grade divine soul, and Wang Shao was one of them. He was also the direct descendant of the Wang family ancestor. Even his teacher had to greet the ancestor. Lord Wang Shao, did you come here to find the mysterious North God? Nalinbai's eyes slightly moved. Wang Shao nodded. Yes. Is Grandmaster Nalin the same as me? Yes. But Lord Wang Shao, you came here for nothing. The mysterious North God has already left, and I don't know when Wang Shui will return. Nalinbai said, has he left? Thank you, Grandmaster Nalin, for telling me. I'll be taking my leave. Wang Shao clasped his hands and left. Ning Qi didn't hide his departure, so Wang Shao quickly found out the route he took and chased after him all the way to the city gate. He left the ancestral city. That is a lot more convenient. Wang Shao let out a faint smile. Half a month later, the Kongtong Holy Land. Ningqi put away the void-breaking boat and landed at the gate of the Kongtong Holy Land. This boat was the one he got from the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. so Ning Chi named it the Void-Breaking Boat. Many cultivators from the Kongtong Holy Land saw Ning Chi's void-breaking boat and knew that it was a high-quality magic treasure used for traveling. They all looked at Ning Chi with greed and envy while secretly guessing his origin. "What business do you have here?" The cultivator guarding the gate of the Kongtong Holy Land saw Ning Chi walking toward them and asked slowly, "I'm here to look for someone." Ning Chi smiled. "Who are you looking for? Is it a cultivator from the Kongtong Holy Land?" The cultivator guarding the gate frowned slightly. "Yu Ji," Ning Chi said lightly. "Yu Ji? Why are you looking for her?" The eyes of the cultivator guarding the gate moved slightly. "I'm just here to send a message. Wang Haoren asked me to come." Ning Chi said old Wang's name. Since he asked him to come to the Kongtong Holy Land, it meant that he should also be a cultivator from the Kongtong Holy Land. The other party should recognize him. "I see, come with me." The cultivator guarding the gate nodded lightly. Ning Chi followed him into the Kongtong Holy Land. After flying for a while, they landed on a square built on the top of a mountain. Here stood an incomparably majestic giant hall. A few figures came through the air and landed around Ning Chi. The cultivator guarding the gate moved and hid behind those people, looking at Ning Chi coldly. Ning Chi frowned. Something seemed to be wrong. "Is this person Wang Haoren's accomplice?" The cultivators at the late stage of the eternal life realm who surrounded Ning Chi asked the cultivator guarding the gate. "Yes, he said it himself." The cultivator guarding the gate nodded quickly. "Wang Haoren's accomplice? Did old Wang have a grudge against the Kongtong Holy Land?" Chapter 1203. Old Wang next door, you still dare to quibble? The cultivators at the late stage of eternal life realm were furious and directly attacked Ning Chi. The power of law in each of them was extremely strong, at least 80,000 to 90,000. Ning Chi smiled coldly, and the power of over 1,000,000 laws surged out of his body, sweeping towards them like a violent storm, instantly crushing their power of laws. Puff, puff, puff. Several cultivators at the late stage of eternal life realm flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I didn't kill you this time. If you attack me again without asking the right and wrong, I won't hold back anymore," Ning Chi said lightly. The gatekeeper looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. He was horrified to find that Ning Chi was just a cultivator at the early stage of the eternal life realm, yet he had such a powerful law force. Just like those heaven's chosen ones, he had a spiritual soul that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Thinking about it carefully, his legs instantly softened. Saint-grade divine soul. Only a cultivator with a saint-grade divine soul could have such a strong power of law at the early stage of eternal life realm. Enemy attack. Several cultivators at the late stage of eternal life realm looked at Ning Chi in horror. One of them let out a scream. Suddenly, a majestic aura came from afar and appeared in front of Ning Chi in the blink of an eye. It was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. On his forehead, there was a centipede-like scar that extended to his chin. "Master!" The cultivators at the late stage of eternal life realm quickly got up from the ground and saluted respectfully. Liang Yu nodded lightly, and his eyes fell on Ning Chi. "Which family's disciple are you from? Why did you come to my Kongtong Holy Land?" A cultivator at the law manifestation realm? A hint of fear flashed in Ning Chi's eyes, and he said, "The alchemist of the Wang family was entrusted by someone to send a message to the Kongtong Holy Land. You cultivators of the Kongtong Holy Land attacked me without asking the right and wrong. What are your intentions?" The alchemist of the Wang family? Everyone was slightly startled. The Wang family mentioned at this time must be the family of the great sage Xian Zhen. Liang Yu's ears twitched slightly, and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He looked at Ning Chi coldly and said, "Even if you are an alchemist who serves the Wang family, the elders of the Wang family will not blame me for publicly humiliating me today, even if I kill you." Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. "I'm just here to send a message. How could I insult you?" Liang Yu examined Ning Qi from head to toe, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. "Aren't you sent by Wang Haoren? He was the one who asked me to find a female cultivator called Yu Ji and bring him a message." Ning Qi frowned. "You don't know the relationship between Wang Haoren and me?" Liang Yu stared at Ning Qi. "What's the relationship between an eternal life realm cultivator and a transcendence realm cultivator? Could it be?" There was a flash of understanding in Ning Qi's eyes. He said to Liang Yu sternly, "Does Wang Haoren have a grudge against you?" "It's not just a grudge. It was a deep hatred. The female cultivator named Yu Ji that he wanted you to send a message to is my wife." Liang Yu growled, "Old Wang from next door. F***CK." There was a flash of anger in Ning Qi's eyes. The enemy that Old Wang mentioned was Liang Yu. Could it be that the reason why he asked him to come to the Kongtong Holy Land was to use his identity as the Wang family's alchemist to plead for him? This old man must have known that he wouldn't agree to the truth. So he tricked him to come here with a half-truth. Thinking of this, Ning Qi could not help but gnash his teeth in hatred. It was no wonder that the cultivators from the Kongtong Holy Land would deliberately lure him in before attacking him. If his cultivation was slightly weaker, he would have been tricked to death by Old Wang today. "You don't know about this?" Liang Yu had been observing Ning Qi's expression. Seeing that his expression kept changing, she had some understanding in her heart. Ning Qi nodded and smiled bitterly. He said that an enemy was after him, so he asked me to come to the Kongtong Holy Land to send a message to the female cultivator and ask her to run away with her child. Damn that Wang Haoren! I was really blind to have invited a wolf into my house and accepted such a treacherous person. Liang Yu looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. His words were filled with endless hatred. A bolt of lightning flashed in Ning Qi's mind. He looked at Liang Yu blankly and said, "Senior, could Wang Haoren be here?" "That's right, he's my traitorous disciple." Liang Yu's expression gradually calmed down, and he nodded. The cultivators, standing nearby, lowered their heads. Although Liang Yu was much calmer than before, they were still afraid that Liang Yu would vent his anger on them when they heard Liang Yu mention this matter. After all, some of them had a very good relationship with Wang Haoren back then. "Isn't Yu Ji Old Wang's master's wife? This guy is really treacherous." Ning Qi suddenly felt a little speechless. "Little brother, since you're here, let's go and see how I'll deal with this traitorous disciple," Liang Yu suddenly said. Ning Qi thought about it and nodded. "I also want to ask why he set me up." There were dozens of cultivators standing in a big hall. They were all Liang Yu's direct disciples. As for the other elders and cultivators of the Kongtong Holy Land, they naturally wouldn't be so insensible as to join in the fun. When Ning Qi followed Liang Yu into the hall, he heard Old Wang's mournful wail. He was stripped naked and tied to a stone pillar by a chain-shaped artifact. A ferocious-looking, middle-aged man was lashing a whip at Old Wang. Crack! 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 Old Wang could not help but wail loudly with every crisp sound. Not far away, a very beautiful woman with a pale face was covering the eyes of a child and looking at the scene in a daze. "Master, how should we deal with this traitor? Why don't we just kill him?" The fierce-looking man who was waving the whip saw Liang Yu and immediately asked for instructions. "I know you have a good relationship with him. You can't help but plead for him now. How can I vent my anger if I let him die so easily?" Liang Yu scolded. The fierce-looking man retreated to the side embarrassedly. Old Wang struggled to open his swollen eyes. Suddenly there was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he shouted at Ning Qi, Lil Bei, save me!" "Lil Bei!" Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a strange look in their eyes. Why would Wang Haoren ask this guy for help? Could it be that Wang Haoren's identity could make Master swallow his anger? "Old Wang, give me an explanation." Do you want me to come and die with you? Ning Qi said calmly without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. A trace of guilt flashed through old Wang's eyes. He struggled and said, "You're an alchemist from the central mainland and the Wang family's guest. You can definitely save me." "What? An alchemist from the central mainland?" Chapter 1204. Twists and turns. You won't even let Master's wife off. Even saving someone like you would dirty my hands. Ning Qi ignored everyone's gazes and looked at Lao Wang calmly. "No, Yu Ji is not my master's wife. Although her master brought her to the Kongtong sacred ground, she never promised her master to be his wife. So, she's not my master's wife." Lao Wang roared with all his strength as if he had been provoked. The female cultivator with the child in her arms suddenly reacted. She ran to Ning Qi with the child and knelt down. She kowtowed and begged, "Please, please, what? Not master's wife? What the hell is that?" Ning Qi was a little confused. He stretched out his hand and lifted the woman and child up with the power of laws. No matter how hard she tried, she could not kneel down. A strange look flashed through the eyes of Liang Yu's disciples, but a few of them immediately stood out and pointed at old Wang's nose. "She's your master's wife. Sooner or later, Yu Ji will be master's wife. Wang Haoren, you are a heartless and unscrupulous person. You have the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog. You have forgotten your righteousness in the face of love. You have done such a shameful thing, and you still have the face to cry out for injustice. Yu Ji and I are truly in love. She didn't like Master at all. She likes me. Before she came up the mountain, I had already fallen in love with her." Lao Wang suddenly roared angrily, his voice booming. "Traitorous disciple, what did you say?" Liang Yu's expression changed, and he appeared in front of Lao Wang in a flash. The anger in his eyes was about to burst out. He raised his hand as if he was going to kill Lao Wang at any time. "Master, if you want to kill me today, I will tell you everything. Before you met Yu Ji, I had already made a promise to her. It was only because I had to complete that mission that I temporarily left. But I didn't expect that when I came back to see Yu Ji, she had already been brought to the Kongtong Holy Land by you." Lao Wang looked into Liang Yu's eyes without fear. "Is this true?" Liang Yu stared at Yu Ji. Yu Ji immediately nodded and said in a low voice, "What Haoren said is true." Then why didn't you say?" Liang Yu took a few steps back, her face pale. "We were afraid that our teacher would kill us in a fit of rage, so we chose to keep it a secret," Lao Wang whispered. "Wang Haoren, I've accepted you as my disciple for so many years. Don't you know my temperament? If you had told them about this earlier, how could this have happened?" Liang Yu said angrily, "It's precisely because we know Master's personality that we don't dare to say it. Last time when Master was angry, didn't Junior Brother also?" Lao Wang whispered. Before he finished speaking, everyone present instantly sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lao Wang in shock and despair. How had he dared to mention this? After all, this was a thorn in their master's heart. No matter who it was that brought it up, it would not end well for them, let alone him who was now a sinner. Just when everyone thought that Liang Yu would kill Lao Wang with a slap, Liang Yu took a deep breath and smiled sadly. I see. You're afraid of repeating Long Tian's mistake. I know. Then why did you say this today? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill the three of you in a fit of rage?" A trace of fear flashed through Lao Wang's eyes. It did not matter to him if he died, but he could not let his wife and child die with him. All these years, if he had not known Liang Yu's personality and that he would not touch Yu Ji and his child before he was caught, he would not have escaped and finally hid in the Wang family's ancestral city. However, he did not expect that he would still be caught by Liang Yu. Ning Qi subconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose. Today's plot was really full of twists and turns. In the end, it was Master who snatched his disciple's wife, because when there are outsiders around, Master will be calmer and not easily get angry. Moreover, He's the Wang family's alchemist who can refine a second-stage Dharma enhancement pill. Even the top 10 alchemy grandmasters of the arcane true, celestial realm, can't refine a second-stage Dharma enhancement pill. Lao Wang said calmly. He could refine a second-stage Dharma enhancement pill. Everyone's expression changed. From this, it seemed that he was really like what Wang Haran had said. He was an alchemist from the central mainland. Liang Yu stared at Lao Wang. After a while he sighed and said, "Is Master that hot-tempered in your eyes?" "Yes, didn't little junior brother die, just like that?" A trace of mockery flashed through Lao Wang's eyes. "Crazy! This guy is crazy." Everyone hurriedly gave Lao Wang a look, asking him to shut up immediately and not mention this matter again. Ning Qi could not help but be curious. What exactly happened? What about the little junior brother that Lao Wang mentioned? "It's my fault for what happened to your little junior brother. All these years, if it wasn't for this matter, I would have broken through to the middle stage of Transcendence realm," Liang Yu suddenly said after a moment of silence. Everyone was slightly stunned. Could it be that Master had been reflecting on himself all these years? "All right, it's time to end this farce today," Liang Yu said calmly. He waved his hand, and the iron chain on Lao Wang's body immediately broke. A trace of brilliance flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. This was a high-grade magic tool, but it was so fragile in Liang Yu's hands. The attack power of a Transcendence Realm cultivator had really reached a very terrifying level. Perhaps with his current strength, he might not be able to fight against an early stage of Transcendence Realm. Unless he could reverse his origin and transform into the high-grade world Devastator Immortal Tribe Bloodline True Body. Then he would have the power to fight. Lao Wang stared blankly at the broken chain on the ground. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Liang Yu. He said in a trembling voice, "Master, why you really won't kill me? Why should I kill you? This matter has been a misunderstanding from the beginning. However, I'm afraid we will no longer be master and disciple in the future. You all leave." Liang Yu turned around slowly. Lao Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he pulled Yu Ji and the child to kneel down and kowtowed to Liang Yu 9 times. Then he got up and walked out of the door. However, before he left, Lao Wang sent a telepathic message to Ning Qi. "Lil Bei, I'm sorry. However, you are the highest status friend that I can think of. I will definitely make it up to you in the future." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Friend," Ning Qi laughed at himself. He looked at Liang Yu and cupped his hands together. "Senior, I hope you won't be offended if I have disturbed you today. I will also take my leave. Wait, little brother. If it wasn't for you today, that traitorous disciple wouldn't have told me the truth. If I knew about this after I killed him, I'm afraid I would never be able to break through to the middle stage of Transcendence realm in this lifetime. Since you are an alchemist, this thing should be useful to you." Liang Yu stretched out his hand to stop Ning Qi. Then he took out something and handed it to Ning Qi. "I found this in the tomb of an ancient alchemist. I don't know what it is, but I guess it has something to do with alchemy. I will give it to you, little brother." Chapter 1205. Taishang Lao Junding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fragment of Taishang Laojuan's elixir furnace. What the hell? The fragment of Taishang Laojuan's elixir furnace? Ning Qi felt as if his brain had been hit by a train. Taishang Laojun, Nuwa City in the land of ancient demon clan. Little Yu, Ui's Tai Chi diagram. If these are not coincidences, are those legendary figures real? The fact that the fragment of Taishang Laojuan's elixir furnace was found here at least proves that he once existed in the Azure Dragon continent. I'm afraid there may be some connection between Earth and this place. Otherwise, how could my soul be so coincidentally transported to the Qin Tang Empire when I was pushed off the cliff by Zhang Tian? Is there any special existence under the cliff? Ning Chi's brain seemed to be a paste. He could not remember what he had seen at the moment when he fell and his body was smashed to pieces. Little brother? Liang Yu could not help but remind Ning Chi when he saw that Ning Chi was stunned. Ning Chi slowly came back to his senses and cupped his hands at Liang Yu. This item is indeed related to alchemy. Thank you, Senior. If you need to refine any elixirs in the future, you can come to the Wang family's ancestral city to find me. I'm in the 99th branch. Oh, you are the alchemist of Wang Hai's branch. Wang Hai and I are old friends for many years. Hearing this, Liang Yu suddenly smiled. Ning Chi was stunned for a moment just now. Obviously, the fragment that he could not figure out must have an extraordinary origin. But since he had given it to Ning Chi, he naturally would not have any ideas about it. Knowing that Ning Chi was in the 99th branch, Liang Yu suddenly became much more enthusiastic. The next day, Ning Chi took his leave, released the space-breaking boat, and flew in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral city. This time, old Wang had wasted a month's time. Ning Chi wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion as soon as possible. He wanted to strive to improve his cultivation by the time the 3-year agreement with Feng Wudao expired. At the very least, he wanted to break through to the middle stage of Eternal Life Realm. However, even though he had been tricked by Lao Wang, Ning Chi had obtained a fragment of Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace. This was very meaningful to him. No matter what use this fragment had in the future, at least Ning Chi had found a slight connection between the earth and this place. This gave Ning Chi some comfort. After all, Earth and Huaxia were his home. 7 days later, when they were halfway through their journey, Ning Chi's space-breaking boat suddenly slowed down. Suddenly, an endless amount of seawater gushed out from the nearby void. This seawater was not real seawater, but formed from the power of laws. It made it difficult for the space-breaking ship to move even an inch. Forbidden spell? Did someone ambush me? Ning Chi's expression turned solemn. At this moment, a burst of laughter resounded from above him, and it wasn't long before 5 figures appeared before Ning Chi at practically the same time. They greedily glanced at the breaking void boat under Ning Chi's feet, and one of them smiled and said, I didn't think that a cultivator at the early stage of the Eternal Life realm would actually have a high-grade magical artifact. This thing, little brother won't be able to use it in the future. We will take good care of it for you. No wonder we couldn't find any trace of him these past few days. It turns out that he has such a magical artifact. His speed is much faster than ours. The 5 people chatted as if there was no one else around them. They didn't put Ning Chi in their eyes at all. It was as if Ning Chi was now a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by them. Are you done talking? Who told you to ambush me? Wang Mu? Nailan Bai? Wang Long? Jiu Kongji? Ning Chi coldly said. When they mentioned Wang Long, he clearly felt a trace of change in the eyes of the 5 people. Ning Chi immediately understood what was going on. Wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. You dared to hire assassins to kill me. Ning Chi sneered in his heart. You don't need to know who wants to kill you. You just need to know that the one who sent you on your way is the demon Evil Hall. A cultivator sneered. Oh, so it's the demon Evil Hall. I see. Ning Chi nodded lightly. After a pause, he looked at the 5 people strangely and said, Each of you is a cultivator at the late stage of the Eternal Life realm. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill an early stage Eternal Life realm cultivator like me? How could it be? 5,000 azure dragon crystals. Your life is really valuable. Haha. The other party laughed loudly. My life is only worth 5,000 azure dragon crystals. Ning Chi murmured in a strange tone. What else do you want? Just how is that possible? The way the 5 people looked at Ning Chi suddenly changed. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes, and then it gradually turned into fear. They saw that the lamb in their eyes suddenly had a huge change in his aura. An incomparably vigorous power of law surged. Almost in an instant, there were more than 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. When the power of law broke through 1,000,000, the five people's legs suddenly began to weaken. They looked at each other in fear. The next moment, the raging sea of law swept towards Ningqi, and they took the opportunity to turn around and escape. Him. Damn it. Damn it. How could this be an early-stage, eternal life realm cultivator? The other party was clearly an eternal life realm genius, with a divine soul that was far beyond the royal grade. It was probably even higher than the emperor grade. Damn it. I must report to the old ancestor of the demonic fiend that Wang Long set us up on purpose. Just as this thought flashed through the minds of the five people, they stopped in their tracks in fear and looked at the rising sun behind them. They saw 5 beams of golden light shoot out from the sun, and the 5 people didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 power of law. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Killing the 5 people had increased Ningqi's power of law by 5,000. At such a speed, even if he absorbed the essence left behind by the evil Azura in the cultivation training ground, he would not be able to catch up. You're already here, and you still want to leave? After killing the 5 assassins from the demonic fiend clan, Ningqi suddenly looked at the nearby void coldly. He saw a ripple coming from that direction. Then a figure broke through the void and flew into the distance. Wang Zhao's face was full of fear. He did not expect Ningqi to have a saint-grade divine soul and to have condensed the power of law to more than 1,000,000. With his strength, he did not have a chance of winning against Ningqi. He had planned to hide himself and wait for Ningqi to leave before returning to the Wang family's ancestral city. He did not expect Ningqi to see through his concealment technique. In fact, Wang Xiao was feeling guilty. He was shocked by Ningqi's strength and lost his mind. He did not think that he would attack Ningqi at all. As long as he said that he was a disciple of the Wang family, Ningqi would have no reason to kill him. Where are you going? You are with those 5 people, right? Ningqi's voice sounded in Wang Zhao's ear. Chapter 1206. Direct kill. Wang Zhao's face darkened, and his body suddenly stopped. He knew that his speed was not as fast as his opponent's flying instrument, so running would be futile. I just happened to pass by. Why are you chasing me? Wang Xiao said coldly. Those guys set up a restrictive spell to ambush me, and you just happen to be hiding nearby? I think you're with them. Ningqi laughed. What a joke. I am a dignified disciple of the Wang family's main hall. How could I be in cahoots with cultivators from the Demon Fiend Hall? Wang Zhao's face showed a hint of anger. Wang family head's disciple. Ningqi was slightly stunned. Seeing this, Wang Xiao was delighted. His identity had obviously made the other party afraid. Are you really a disciple of the Wang family? Ningqi frowned. In the mystic true immortal realm, who would dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Wang family? Wang Xiao sneered. So what if he's a disciple of the Wang family's main courtyard? He's sneaking around. He's definitely not a good person. Ningqi sneered, and the power of over 1,000,000 laws gushed out from his body, directly suppressing Wang Xiao. How dare you? A look of shock appeared on Wang Zhao's face. The other party was simply too unreasonable. He had calmed down now, and knew that he hadn't even shown any intention of killing the other party. Yet the other party had attacked him just like that? As an apothecary of the Wang clan, aren't you afraid of being imprisoned for eternity for attacking me? Wang Xiao roared as he tried to resist Ningqi's law power. You even know my background, and you still say you're not here to cause trouble for me? I knew you were up to no good. A disciple of the Wang family's main courtyard. Don't tell me Wang Mu sent him. Ningqi laughed loudly, but his hands didn't slow down. After 3 moves, Wang Xiao was directly evaporated in the air by Ning Qi's law power. Even at the moment of his death, Wang Xiao was unwilling to believe this reality. He was a descendant of the Wang clan's main hall. He had an emperor-grade divine soul. As long as he was given a few hundred years, he might have a chance to break through to the Dharma characteristic realm. But today he was going to die here in the hands of an unknown person. You're dead. If you kill me, don't even think about living. Wang Xiao's desperate roar before he died reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,400 nomological powers. Today is the day of harvest. Ning Qi smiled. These 6 fellows had increased his law force by nearly 10,000. Currently, Ning Cheng's law force had reached more than 3 million. With 7 million more, he could break through to the middle stage eternal life realm. Wang family ancestral city. Courtyard 99. Wang Long was happily swaggering out with a few lackeys. As a result, he bumped into Ning Qi, who was coming towards him. A trace of panic appeared on his face. What about you? Ning Qi looked at Wang Long with a faint smile. No, nothing, Wang Long laughed dryly. The lackeys behind him were also disciples of the Wang family from Astral 99. They had long heard that Ning Qi's alchemy skills were very high, so even though they knew that Wang Long and Ning Qi's relationship was not good, they did not dare to say anything at this moment. Ning Qi took a deep look at Wang Long and brushed past him. Big brother Wang Long, shall we go? Seeing Wang Long staring blankly at Ning Qi's back, a lackey cautiously reminded him. Go, let's go. A trace of anger flashed in Wang Long's eyes. He knew that either the Demon Evil Hall did not find Ning Qi, or they had failed. Wang Long chose to believe the former. In his heart, he had already begun to plan. He must go to the Demon Evil Hall and scold the guy who received him that day. It was not easy to wait for Ning Qi to leave Astral 99, but it was wasted just like that. He did not know when he would leave again. Back in his small courtyard, the maids and guards saw Ning Qi return and came forward to greet him. One of the maids whispered, Master, the eldest miss asked you to go to her when you come back. Okay, I got it. Ning Qi nodded faintly and turned to walk to the courtyard where Wang Shui was. Under the guidance of Wang Shui's servants, he soon saw Wang Shui. Miss Wang Shui, I haven't seen you for a month. Your cultivation has improved. Ning Qi glanced at Wang Shui and found that her aura was much stronger than a month ago. It's all thanks to the 9 eternal lives, pills refined by Beixian. A trace of gratitude flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. She took out 2 9 eternal lives pills and gave them to Wang Si. She swallowed the rest, a total of 3 pills, which increased her cultivation by 900 years, made her power of law more than 10% stronger. Originally because she had just broken through to the late stage of eternal life realm. Her cultivation had not been stable. Now that it was completely stable, there was no risk of it falling again. You're too kind. Ning Qi smiled modestly. Wang Shui suddenly remembered something and frowned. Beixian, Nalin's sect, sent Nalin by to invite you to the main courtyard to see him. At that time, you happened to leave Astral 99. He must now know that you can refine the 9 eternal lives pill and the 2nd stage law enhancing pill. I'm afraid he will have designs on you. Wang Shui didn't make such a guess for no reason. Alchemy Dao inheritance was more attractive to alchemy masters compared to artifacts. Moreover, Ning Qi's cultivation was so low, only at the early stage of eternal life realm. Ordinary alchemy masters would have their eyes on him. She also heard some rumors from her cousins. It seemed that even Wang Si had designs on Ning Qi. However, Wang Shui didn't tell Ning Qi about Wang Si's identity. She felt that with her around, Wang Si wouldn't dare to make any big moves. After all, the head of Astral 99 was her grandfather, Wang Hai. Nalin Alchemy Sect wants to see me? He wants me to go to the main courtyard to see him? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He smiled at Wang Shui and said, "Since he wants to see me, I will go down and see him. However, I don't know anything about the main courtyard. Please lead the way, Miss Wang Shui." "Well, if that's the case, I will lead the way. With me here, they won't make things difficult for you." Wang Shui nodded. In the center of the 99th branch, there was a place surrounded by restrictive spells. From the outside, there was a thick fog. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen breaking through the air. Every cultivator had a natural arrogance on their faces. They looked at the branch disciples who were preparing to go to the main courtyard with a sense of superiority in their eyes. This restrictive spell of the main courtyard was personally set up by Xianzhen Ancestor. Even if 10 Transcendence Realm cultivators attacked at the same time, it could stop them for at least a month. Chapter 1207. The Wang family's main courtyard. Ning Qi followed Wang Shui. She made a few hand gestures in the air, and the fog before them slowly parted, revealing a small path. Soon, the two of them passed through the small path and appeared on a square made of white jade. Not far away, there was a winding staircase that looked like a dragon. There were no cultivators flying here, so they all walked on foot. This is the main courtyard. Not only is the spiritual energy 100 times denser than the outer courtyard, but there are also many herb fields that have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. There are countless celestial herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. However, the disciples of the outer courtyard don't have the qualifications to enjoy them. Wang Shui smiled. Ning Qi asked, "What is Wang Mu's position in the main courtyard?" Wang Shui's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. What position can he have in the main courtyard? Although Wang Mu is the direct descendant of Wang Lin, his talent has been declining since his great-grandfather's generation. If it wasn't for his father suddenly rising up and reaching the Transcendence Realm 50 years ago, Wang Mu wouldn't even be able to enter the outer courtyard. So that's how it is. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. If he was really the son of Feng Jiuxian and Wang Muting, then Wang Lin was very likely his grandfather. In terms of seniority, he was several generations above Wang Mu. However, Wu Yin once said that Wang Muting and Feng Jiuxian were personally ambushed by great sage Xianzhen and forced to disappear from the Azure Dragon continent. His identity couldn't be revealed, or else great sage Xianzhen wouldn't act against him. Fortunately, after so many transformations, the celestial bloodline in his body was completely different from Feng Jiuxian's. Only the aura was somewhat similar. Wang Shui took Ning Qi to the mountain peak where Nalin Mingjian was. On the way, through Wang Shui's introduction, Ning Qi learned that Nalin Mingjian was in charge of hundreds of alchemy peaks in the main courtyard. He had one his disciples, and his disciples all had one, and some rogue alchemists had also become his subordinates. In total, there were hundreds of peaks. The 9 Zen alchemy grandmaster was slightly inferior to Nalin Mingjian, but he still ruled over 80 alchemy mountains. In addition, some alchemists who were unwilling to serve the two of them made up 30 to 40% of the people in the main courtyard. There were more than 300 alchemy mountains, and a large number of elixirs were delivered to the main courtyard every day for the geniuses of the main courtyard to consume. In such an environment, as long as one's aptitude was acceptable, his cultivation would be much stronger than that of the independent cultivators in the outside world. "Miss Wang Shui, do you know Kunlun Grotto Heaven's Feng Wudao?" Ning Qi laughed. "Drifting wind cloud?" Wang Shui was slightly stunned, and then she nodded and said, "I know him. He is the youngest son of the Kunlun Grotto Heaven's Grotto Master. His aptitude is better than his brother's. Even in the main courtyard, he can be ranked in the top 10. "What, do you know him, Bei Xian?" Wang Shui asked curiously. "I've only seen him once." Ning Qi smiled faintly and changed the topic to other things in the main courtyard. As long as Wang Shui knew something, she would tell him everything. This gave Ning Qi a better understanding of the Wang family's main courtyard. Miss Wang Shui, is great sage Xuanjin always in seclusion? Ningqi asked. How would I know the whereabouts of the old ancestor? Wang Shui laughed self-mockingly. That's true. Ningqi smiled and nodded. After crossing several mountains, a fragrance suddenly drifted over. Ningqi's eyes narrowed and looked into the distance. He saw white smoke rising from hundreds of mountains, and occasionally golden dragons would soar into the sky. This should be where Nailin Mingjian's force was located. It's you guys? What are you guys doing here? A cold shout came from afar. Ningqi and Wang Shui looked up and saw Wang Mu and 7 or 8 disciples of the Wang family standing together, looking at them coldly. There seemed to be a trace of surprise in their eyes. Wang Mu, what does it have to do with you that we're here? Wang Shui said coldly. How dare you, branch disciples, see us, the disciples of the main courtyard? Why aren't you bowing? A girl beside Wang Mu snorted coldly. Her cold eyes fell on Wang Shui with a trace of disdain. Cousin Aoshi, Wang Shui is a branch disciple and doesn't know etiquette. Please don't be offended. Wang Mu smiled slightly and said, Hee, branch disciples are like this. The old ancestor should really abolish the branch and let us stay in the main courtyard. Another person sneered. Wang Shui, do you still want me to ask you to bow? Wang Aoshi looked at Wang Shui coldly. Wang Shui's face was a little ugly. There seemed to be a deacon elder paying attention to them not far away. The Wang family had a rule. When a branch disciple saw a disciple of the main courtyard, as long as they were of the same generation, they must bow. Many people didn't abide by this rule in the outside world, but if they dared to violate it in the main courtyard, it would be going against the will of great sage Xuanjin. They would be whipped at least 100 times. Even an early Transcendence Realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take the whip of the main courtyard's law enforcement hall easily. Wang Shui sighed in her heart and bowed to everyone. Then she pulled Ningqi towards Elixir Peak with a cold face. Wait, Wang Aoshi shouted coldly. Her eyes fell on Ningqi. This guy wants to leave without bowing? He's not a disciple of the Wang family and doesn't need to follow the rules of the Wang family. Wang Shui snorted coldly. If he's not a disciple of the Wang family, why is he coming to the main courtyard of the Wang family? Wang Aoshi sneered. Explain it to me. Wang Mu's eyes revealed a trace of relief. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. His elder brother had been out for more than a month. Why was Ningqi back, but he hadn't seen any traces of him? For some reason, Wang Mu had a vague, bad premonition in his heart. However, he had never thought that Wang Xiao would die in the hands of Ningqi. He only thought that Wang Xiao was held back by something and couldn't kill Ningqi or return to the main courtyard in time. It's not that I want to come to the main courtyard of the Wang family, but Nailin Alchemy Sect wants to see me. A good dog doesn't block the way. Can you move aside now? Ningqi said indifferently. Nailin Alchemy Sect wants to see me? Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Even the elder deacon in the distance was stunned for a moment before he began to walk over. Nailin Alchemy Sect wants to see you? Who are you? Wang Aoshi frowned. Cousin Aoshi. He's the alchemist Wang Shui invited back. Wang Mu hurriedly told Nailin Mingjian about Ningqi's matter. Of course, he didn't reveal that Ningqi could refine a rank 6-9 cycles of eternal life pill. No matter how stupid Wang Mu was, he could guess why Nailin Mingjian had invited Ningqi to the main courtyard. Nailin Bai had also reminded him to hide this matter. As for the rank 2 Dharma enhancement elixir, he didn't hide it. Although everyone was shocked, the Wang family was the strongest family in the mystic, perfected, immortal realm. They had seen alchemists from the central mainland. Alchemists who could refine rank 2 Dharma enhancement elixir were everywhere in the central mainland. Alchemist Sect. Chapter 1208. Exchange. What happened here? The elder deacon walked in front of everyone and said indifferently, although his cultivation level was only at the late-stage eternal life realm. He was wearing the unique black robe of a deacon elder. In the main courtyard, cultivators below the law phase realm, except for the group of geniuses, the rest of the Wang family disciples would give the deacon elder some face. Wang Aoshi cupped her hands and said with a smile, "Elder Wang Kuin, it's nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. We'll take our leave first." She glanced coldly at Wang Shui and looked deeply at Ning Qi before leaving with Wang Mu and the others. "Are you going to see Nailin Alchemy Sect?" Wang Kuin looked at the duo. His attention was mainly focused on Ning Qi. Wang Shui nodded. "Then let's go up." Wang Kuin nodded with a smile. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Are you the newly promoted alchemist?" "I'm Wang Kuin, the managing elder of the Nailin Alchemy Sect. Since you were summoned by the Nailin Alchemy Sect, you must be an alchemy emperor?" Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Seeing Ning Qi admit it, a hint of joy flashed in Wang Kuin's eyes. He said politely, "Sir, you are the consecrated alchemist of Astral 99. I will personally visit you in a few days." Wang Kuin said a few more words before bidding farewell and leaving. "He must have something he needs your help with." Wang Shui laughed. "I can tell." Ning Qi nodded. Wang Shui hesitated for a moment before saying, "Esteemed Bei Xian, if Elder Wang Kuin's request isn't too difficult, why don't you help him out? This way it will also be beneficial to Astral 99. As the saying went, it was easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little devils. The main courtyard's deacon elder was in charge of punishments, and he usually had a lot of power. If the 99 astrals could befriend an additional deacon elder, it would be very useful. If something happened in the main courtyard, the 99 astrals would be able to receive the news faster. "No problem." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Wang Shui's impression of Ning Qi instantly improved. His alchemy attainments were unfathomable, and his temper was so to her liking. She felt very lucky to find Ning Qi in the North Street market this time. The two of them went up the alchemy peak and informed the cultivators there. Nailin Bai appeared in front of the two of them. There were a few Do Dan realm cultivators behind him. Their eyes were curiously sizing up Ning Qi. From the looks of it, they should be Nailin Bai's pillboy. "Master Bei Xian, we meet again." Nailin Bai looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "Yeah." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Nailin Bai glanced at Wang Shui and said, "Master only wants to meet Bei Xian, consecrator. Wait here for a while." "Sure." Wang Shui hesitated and nodded. Ning Qi was brought by Nailin Bai to a small courtyard. There was a huge pond with dozens of gorgeous spiritual flowers and herbs growing on it. With a glance, Ning Qi could estimate the age of these spiritual flowers and herbs. They were at least 3,000 years old. It was really extravagant to put them in the pond as decorations. In the middle of the pond, there was a stone pavilion that floated above the pond. A middle-aged cultivator was sitting in the stone pavilion. He was wearing a loose white robe and had a hairpin in his hair. 2 strands of black hair hung down from his ears and fluttered in the wind. 4 beautiful maids were kneeling beside him. Nailin Bai led Ning Qi across the pond and bowed to the middle-aged cultivator. Master Bei Xian, consecrator, is here." Nailin Mingjian acted as if he didn't hear it. Nailin Bai glanced at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Ning Qi smiled and looked at the spiritual flowers and herbs in the pond. He was secretly calculating what kind of elixir he could refine with these spiritual flowers and herbs. Both of them didn't speak, and this continued for about 6 hours. "Do you like these little things?" An extremely magnetic voice sounded faintly. Ning Qi glanced at the stone pavilion and smiled. Nailin Alchemy Sect can use these flowers and herbs as decorations. It's the life of my generation of alchemists. You can take them all if you like. The corners of Nailin Mingjian's mouth curled up slightly, and he nodded at Ning Chi with a smile. No need. I don't deserve it. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. I'll just watch. I heard that Bei Xian Consecrator can refine the 9 transformations of eternal life elixir. Naylan Mingjian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Ning Chi nodded very calmly. I wonder which elixir vein Bei Xian Consecrator inherited in the central mainland? Naylan Mingjian smiled. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi's body was wrapped by a force, and he was involuntarily brought to the stone pavilion. Ning Chi didn't resist and let Naylan Mingjian do what he wanted. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Naylan Alchemy Sect. My alchemy inheritance was passed down by my ancestors. As for which elixir vein it is, I don't know. Ning Chi smiled. He had heard of the elixir vein Naylan Mingjian mentioned, but he didn't know much. It was said that there were 9 great elixir veins in the central mainland. Whether it was the azure dragon continent, the vermilion bird continent, the black tortoise continent, the white tiger continent, or the continent fragments that were once scattered around, their alchemy inheritance came from these 9 great elixir veins. The current masters of the 9 veins were all masters of creation and were recognized as the 9 strongest alchemy emperors. Compared to alchemy emperors, there were still alchemy venerables and alchemy saints. Ning Chi didn't comment on this legend, especially when he obtained the fragments of Taishang Laojuan's elixir furnace. He felt that the credibility of this legend was very low. Oh, so it's the alchemy inheritance passed down in your family. Is there anyone in your family? Maybe I know them too. Naylan Mingjian smiled. I'm the only one left in my family. Ning Chi smiled. When Naylan Mingjian heard this, a trace of imperceptible joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked at Ning Chi for a long time and said with a smile, I love and cherish talents. Bei Xian Consecrator, would you be willing to become my disciple? Is Naylan Alchemy Sect going to let me pass on your mantle? Inherit your alchemy inheritance? Ning Chi's eyes showed a trace of surprise. As long as your aptitude is enough, it's not impossible. Naylan Mingjian smiled faintly. Ning Chi's eyes showed a trace of struggle. After a while he sighed and said, It's a pity that my family has an ancestral rule that forbids the disciples of the family from becoming disciples outside. I can only appreciate Naylan Alchemy Sect's good intentions. Oh, your family has such an ancestral rule. Interesting. Naylan Mingjian's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and said, That's a pity. But how about this? Even if Bei Xian Consecrator can't become my disciple, we can still exchange alchemy skills. I'll use my 6th-stage body forging pill to exchange with Bei Xian Consecrator for your alchemy inheritance. What do you think? Naylan Alchemy Sect. Are you saying that you want to use a pill formula to exchange for all my alchemy inheritance? Ning Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. Exactly. Chapter 1209. Who can stop me if I want to leave? What if I don't? Ning Chi smiled. Then you won't be able to stay in the Wang family. Naylan Mingjian said calmly. After a pause, he continued, If you leave the Wang family with your cultivation, I'm afraid there will be more cultivators looking for you than ants. Ning Chi looked at Naylan Mingjian indifferently. Even if this guy revealed his true face, he still looked calm. It was as if he wasn't threatening him, but just chatting with him. Whether I can stay in the Wang family or not, I'm afraid it's not up to you. Ning Chi smiled, stood up, and prepared to leave. Did I say you can go? Naylan Mingjian chuckled. Naylan Bai, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly appeared at the edge of the pond along with a dozen other figures. The 4 maids who were kneeling at Naylan Mingjian's feet also exuded the aura of late-stage eternal life realm as they locked onto Ning Chi. At the same time, Naylan Mingjian pressed down on Ning Chi. Sit down. A surging pressure seemed to want to press Ning Chi to the ground. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Ning Chi sneered. The pupils in his eyes turned pale gold, and his body suddenly soared. Return to the source. High-level, world, devastator, immortal, clan, bloodline, true body. Ning Chi's body shook slightly, and the terrifying pressure directly dispersed. The stone pavilion was smashed into pieces by Ning Chi's incomparably tall body. Nayland Mingjian felt the terrifying aura coming from Ning Chi's body, and his eyes showed a trace of shock. His body moved slightly, and he retreated hundreds of feet back to the edge of the pond. He looked at Ning Chi in shock and anger. The four maids with the late stage of the eternal life realm were brushed by the power surging out of Ning Chi's body. They screamed and were sent flying. How could they get close to a body with the battle power of the law phase realm? How can this kid have such power? Nayland Bai and the others showed horror in their eyes as they looked at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. A body refinement cultivator? Nayland Mingjian calmed down, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He never would have thought that the ant in front of him was actually a body-tempering cultivator that could only be seen in the central continent. This kind of cultivator had terrifying close-range combat abilities, which he was the weakest in. He had just been sitting so close to the other party under the stone pavilion. If the other party had suddenly attacked, even if he couldn't kill him instantly, he would have been severely injured. Thinking of this, Nayland Mingjian couldn't help but feel lucky that the other party didn't attack directly, because this was the main courtyard of the Wang family, where Xuanjin, the great sage, cultivated. Nayland Mingjian, do I have the right to speak to you as an equal now? Ning Chi looked down at Nayland Mingjian and said calmly, I didn't expect Mr. Bei Xian to be a physique-tempering cultivator. Nayland Mingjian gave a hollow laugh and cupped his hands. He wasn't afraid of Ning Chi. Even if a body refinement cultivator's close combat ability was very strong, with his many years of experience in the Wang family, he had many methods to suppress Ning Chi. What he was afraid of was Ning Chi's background. Everyone knew that no one in the human race would choose to become a body refinement cultivator, because the human race was born with a body that was very different from the other races. Even the bodies of demonic beasts were much stronger than those of the human race. In the central mainland, the most famous body refinement clan was the Titan descendant. Ning Chi's body was so huge that Nayland Mingjian suspected that he had the bloodline of the Titan descendant, or that he wasn't human. Sorry. Ning Chi's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. Do you really think that I'm lucky to be able to live freely with such an alchemy inheritance? Today, seeing that we are both Wang family's alchemists, I won't argue with you for now. If there is a next time, I want to see if your Dharma form is stronger or my body is stronger. With that, Ning Chi turned and strode away. Nayland Bai and the others didn't dare to stop Ning Chi. They were only eternal life realm cultivators, but Ning Chi's body emitted an aura that was very similar to that of a transcendence realm cultivator. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to attack a transcendence realm cultivator. Watching Ning Chi's back disappear from his sight, Nayland Mingjian's face gradually became gloomy. The severely injured maids quickly flew to his side and knelt on the ground. Their heads were deeply lowered as if they had done something wrong. Master, I didn't expect Bei Xian to hide so deeply. On the surface, he is only at the early stage of the eternal life realm, but he is secretly a body refinement cultivator. Nayland Bai came in front of Nayland Mingjian and gritted his teeth. Why don't we ask a few elders to directly suppress him? With Master's reputation in the main courtyard, those mid-stage Transcendence Realm elders will definitely give you some face. No need. I will deal with this matter myself. In the future, don't provoke this person without permission. Is a body refinement cultivator very strong? Only cultivators who have no hope of reaching the Transcendence Realm will choose this path. If we are well prepared, I can kill him. Nayland Mingjian said coldly. Yes, Master. Nayland Bai nodded quickly. Looking at the broken stone pavilion, Nayland Mingjin's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Then he said indifferently, "Go and repair it." "Master Beixian, are you okay?" When Wang Shui saw Ning Qi, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She had noticed some movement just now. There seemed to be two transcendence, realm auras erupting in the depths of this place. She was afraid that Ning Qi would be implicated, so she wanted to go in and take a look. However, she was stopped by Nayland Mingjin's subordinates. At this moment, seeing Ning Qi come out safely, Wang Shui immediately felt relieved. "I'm fine. Let's go back." Ning Qi smiled faintly, but there was a flash of fierceness in the depths of his eyes. He could only use his bloodline true body once a year. He originally planned to leave it for Feng Yanwudo, but he didn't expect to be forced to use it by Nayland Mingjin today. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Wang family's main courtyard, he would have already chopped Nayland Mingjin into meat paste. Didn't Nayland Alchemy sect master say anything? On the way back, Wang Shui was a little curious. Ning Qi smiled faintly and shook his head. He just casually asked about elixirs. "Does Nayland Alchemy sect want your alchemy Dao inheritance?" Wang Shui frowned. "Who doesn't want it? The key is whether he wants it or not." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Shui was still a little worried. Nayland Mingjin's status in the main courtyard was quite high. Middle stage, transcendence, realm cultivators were his peers. Only late-stage transcendence, realm cultivators could order him to refine some elixirs. If the other party really wanted to take advantage of Ning Qi, she was afraid that Ning Qi would have a lot of trouble in the future. After returning to Courtyard 99, Ning Qi returned to his alchemy room. He really wanted to call Little Six out to ask about Taishang Laojun. Little Six had lived for so long. If there was really Taishang Laojun, he would definitely know. Chapter 1210. Retreat this time. Ning Qi had spent a total of 100 years in the top-grade cultivation ground, constantly absorbing the essence left behind by the evil Azura in his sea of wisdom. He had absorbed nearly 1,000,000 strands, and the green essence had not decreased at all. If he could absorb all of it, Ning Qi found it hard to imagine how strong he would become. 100 days had passed in the outside world. Ning Qi planned to come out and see if Wang Shui came to find him. After all, she was their alchemist. It wouldn't be right for her to disappear for half a year. "Has Miss Wang Shui come to find me?" Ning Qi saw that the maidservants were still guarding outside. He wondered if they had been standing here for the past 3 months. "Master, Miss has come to find you 3 times. The maidservant said respectfully. 3 times. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. When he found Wang Shui, she was in closed-door cultivation. Knowing that Ning Qi was here, she immediately came out. As soon as she saw Ning Qi, Wang Shui smiled bitterly and said, "North Mystic Consecrator, I don't know why, but the share of the immortal herbs and elixirs this time is 50 to 60% less than before. What I have is all inside. You don't mind, right?" As she spoke, Wang Shui handed Ning Qi an interspatial ring. Ning Qi glanced at it and found that it was indeed less than the last time. As for the reason, Ning Qi knew in his heart that this matter had something to do with Nayland Mingjin. Is he trying to use this method to force me to leave the Wang family? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with disdain. If it wasn't for Meng Tianshu, he wouldn't have come even if the Wang family invited him. Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi awkwardly. She had brought Ning Qi to the 99th courtyard to be an alchemist, but the number of immortal herbs and elixirs was decreasing day by day. This had already damaged Ning Qi's interests. After all, 30% of the elixirs belonged to Ning Qi. "It's okay. I will refine these into elixirs. I will give them to you in about 5 months. I will be in retreat after that." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Shui nodded. When Ning Qi was about to leave, she suddenly called out to him. Wang Mu has come to find you more than 10 times. More than 10 times? Did they come almost every 2 or 3 days? Why did he come to find me? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Why is he looking for me? I don't know either. Every time I asked him, he would just stammer, saying that he wanted to see you with his own eyes. Do you want to see him? Wang Shui laughed. I won't see him. Ning Qi decisively refused. Young Miss, young Master Wang Mu is here again. A figure broke through the air, landed in front of Wang Shui, and said respectfully. Ning Qi knew him. He seemed to be the leader of Wang Shui's guards and had the cultivation of early-stage eternal life realm. His name was Wang Yangming. However, he was not a descendant of the Wang clan. It was just a surname bestowed upon him by the Wang clan. Bei Xian, I know you're in there. Come out. Wang Mu's voice rang out. Not long after, Wang Mu angrily appeared in front of Ning Qi. He pointed at Ning Qi's nose and asked, Where did you take my big brother? What do you mean, your big brother? Who's your big brother? Ning Qi cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mu and frowned. My big brother, Wang Shao. He has been missing for several months, and there was no news from him. He didn't even come back for my father's birthday last month. Speak. Where did you take my big brother? Wang Mu stared at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with killing intent. He didn't suspect that Ning Qi had anything to do with Wang Zhao's disappearance. However, he inadvertently learned that Wang Long had hired 5 assassins from the Demon Fiend Hall to kill Ning Qi. In the end, none of the 5 assassins returned. And that day happened to be the same day he hired Wang Xiao to kill Ning Qi. In addition, he also learned from Nailin Bai that Ning Qi was a body-refining cultivator. As for how high his cultivation was, Nailin Bai didn't say it clearly. However, Wang Mu could tell from Nailin Bai's expression. Therefore, Wang Mu believed that Wang Zhao's disappearance was related to Ning Qi. He still had a glimmer of hope. If Wang Xiao was only injured by Ning Qi, this matter could be turned into a small one. However, if Wang Xiao died in Ning Qi's hands, he couldn't escape the responsibility. He would definitely be beaten to death by his father. When he thought about how much his father doted on Wang Xiao and regarded him as his true successor, Wang Mu felt incomparable fear in his heart. I don't know Wang Xiao or Wang Da. If you are looking for someone, you have come to the wrong place. If there is nothing else, I'm going back to refined pills. Ning Qi said indifferently. If you don't explain things clearly today, don't even think about leaving. Wang Mu firmly blocked Ning Qi's path. Wang Xiao is his big brother. He has an emperor-grade divine soul and is at the intermediate stage of the eternal life realm. Mystic North Consecrator, have you really not seen him? Wang Shui transmitted a message to Ning Qi. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She finally knew why Wang Mu kept looking for Ning Qi. Wang Xiao had disappeared for several months this time, and even she had faintly heard the news. She heard that Wang Mu's father had asked several old friends to help find Wang Zhao's traces. Even the Wang family's intermediate stage, law, phase, realm old ancestor, was about to notice this matter. In any case, Wang Xiao was one of the Wang family's proud sons of heaven. At such a young age, he was already at the intermediate stage of the eternal life realm and had an emperor-grade divine soul. When he broke through to the law phase realm, he would definitely be one of the indispensable combat forces of the Wang family. Wang Mu was sure that Ning Qi was related to Wang Zhao's disappearance. Could it be that something unknown happened? Wang Shui's eyes revealed a deep sense of doubt. So it was him. Ning Qi suddenly understood. Wang Shui's description was the same as the main courtyard disciple he killed when he returned from the Kongtong Holy Land. They were both at the intermediate stage of the eternal life realm and had an emperor-grade divine soul. It seemed that he really didn't kill the wrong person. Otherwise, how could Wang Mu be so sure that he was related to Wang Zhao's disappearance? Things are already very clear. I don't know who you are looking for, so don't even think about splashing dirty water on me. Do you understand? Ning Qi looked at Wang Mu indifferently, and a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. You! Just as Wang Mu opened his mouth, Ning Qi casually waved his hand, and Wang Mu directly flew out with a miserable howl. Wang Shui, Wang Yangming, and the others all showed a trace of surprise on their faces. Wang Mu was a cultivator at the intermediate stage of the eternal life realm, while Ning Qi was just a cultivator at the early stage of the eternal life realm. How could he send Wang Mu flying so easily? Could it be Consecrator Bei Xian has an emperor-grade divine soul? Wang Shui's mind seemed to flash with an electric light, and she suddenly realized something. She had never paid attention to Ning Qi's cultivation, but today it seemed that Ning Qi's combat power was no weaker than hers. Cough, cough. Bei Xian, just you wait, just you wait. Wang Mu clutched his chest and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Ning Qi with hatred, turned around and ran away. The flies are gone. I also have to go into seclusion. Miss Wang Shui, goodbye. Ning Qi nodded at Wang Shui with a smile and left. Chapter 12:11. 720 degrees in the sky in the main courtyard. Wang Mu returned to the main courtyard after being injured by Ning Qi. He met a few cousins on the way, but he acted normally and didn't let them see that he was injured. After returning to his cave, Wang Mu swallowed a healing pill and began to heal. However, he was gritting his teeth in his heart. Damn thing, I'll make sure you die without a burial. After half a month, Wang Mu's injuries finally improved. The moment he came out, he was called to the main hall by his father, Wang Xianlong. In the main hall, aside from Wang Xianlong, Wang Mu's uncles were also there. However, their cultivation levels weren't high. They were only at the early stage of the eternal life realm. It could be said that his bloodline started with Wang Xianlong, his big brother, and he were both talented, much better than his uncles and their descendants. Especially Wang Shao, who had the highest chance of inheriting Wang Xuanlong's legacy and reaching the Transcendence realm. If Wang Xianlong hadn't reached the Transcendence realm 50 years ago, they wouldn't have been able to return to the main courtyard even if they had Wang Lin's bloodline. If Wang Xianlong died of old age or something happened to him in the future, he would be kicked out of the main hall just like before if there was no successor. You're all here. Wang Xianlong calmly looked at everyone. Second brother, is there still no news of nephew Wang Shao? Wang Mu's oldest uncle said with a frown. The other uncles looked at each other with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. They were bound together by Wang Xuanlong's glory, and if Wang Xianlong disappeared or something happened to him, they would have no one to continue their bloodline. Wang Mu's talent was indeed better than theirs. Aside from Wang Shao, he was the strongest in the bloodline. However, they didn't think Wang Mu could reach the Transcendence realm. This time, I called you all here to ask if there is any news of Wang Shao. Wang Xianlong said calmly. His eyes swept past his brothers as if he was observing their expressions. We have already sent out all the spies in the family. Someone said that nephew Wang Shao left the ancestral city a few months ago, but we don't know where he went after that. Does nephew Wang Shao have any enemies? Enemies? I have already killed all his enemies. Wang Xianlong said lightly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but they couldn't figure out where Wang Shao had gone. If he had gone out for something, he would have definitely left a message. After all, Wang Xuanlong's birthday was just a few months ago. As a heaven's favorite, Wang Shao couldn't possibly miss such a big event. Wang Mu, you have a good relationship with Wang Shao. Do you know where your elder brother went? Wang Xianlong looked at Wang Mu and said indifferently. Wang Mu hesitated. When he thought of Wang Xuanlong's temper, he was too scared to admit it. He could only shake his head and say, Father, I don't know where big brother went. Fine. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wang Xianlong sighed faintly. When his brothers saw this, they stood up and bade farewell. When everyone left and Wang Mu also wanted to leave, Wang Xuanlong's figure moved slightly and appeared in front of Wang Mu. His gaze was extremely cold, as if he was looking at a stranger. Wang Mu, I heard that you had a feud with an alchemist from Astral 99? Wang Xianlong said coldly. Father, it's just a small dispute. Wang Mu forced a smile. Oh, then why were you so hesitant when I asked you the question just now? Are you hiding something from me? Wang Xianlong said indifferently. No, how could I hide anything from you, father? Wang Mu laughed dryly, but he began to feel fear in his heart. Wang Xianlong noticed that his body was trembling uncontrollably. His eyes flashed fiercely as he reached out and grabbed Wang Mu's neck. He shouted coldly, Tell me, where is your elder brother? If you don't tell me, I will pretend that I never had a son like you. As a transcendence realm cultivator, it won't be difficult for me to have a few more children. Wang Mu felt that it was hard to breathe, and his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he felt the real killing intent from Wang Xianlong. His father actually wanted to kill him? Father, I'll tell you. This matter really isn't my fault. Wang Mu immediately begged for mercy. Whether it's your fault or not, I will know after you tell me. Wang Xianlong said coldly and retracted his hand. Wang Mu subconsciously touched his neck. Seeing that Wang Xianlong was looking at him coldly, Wang Mu hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Actually, I'm not sure where my elder brother went. I only suspect that his disappearance has something to do with the consecrated alchemist of the 99th courtyard. Tell me everything in detail. Wang Xianlong looked at Wang Mu expressionlessly, but there was a flash of disappointment in the depths of his eyes. Compared to Wang Xiao, his second son's aptitude was not only a few levels lower, but there was also a huge gap in his temperament. It was impossible for him to inherit his legacy. It seemed that he had to work hard to have a few more sons in the future. Wang Mu's face was filled with fear as he told everything in detail, including his own speculations. Wang Xianlong was surprised when he heard that Ning Qi was a body-tempering cultivator. After all, there were too few humans who chose this path. He had lived for so many years, but he had only seen 3 or 4. As far as he knew, those guys had already died of old age. Even until their deaths, they were unable to break through to the transcendence realm. That day, you asked your elder brother to help you kill this kid, but he never came back after he went out. Wang Long, the grandson of Wang Si of the 99th courtyard, also hired assassins from the Demon Fiend Hall. But those assassins never came back? Wang Xianlong asked indifferently. Yes. Wang Mu lowered his head. Pa. Wang Mu's body suddenly spun 720 degrees in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. You should have told me in the first month instead of dragging it out until now. Wang Xianlong looked at Wang Mu coldly. Father, I know I was wrong. Wang Mu turned around and knelt in front of Wang Xianlong, lowering his head to admit his mistake. Follow me to the 99th courtyard. I want to find that Bei Xian consecrated alchemist and ask him about it. If he killed Wang Xiao, he will naturally pay with his blood. Wang Xianlong said coldly. But father, his alchemy attainments are very high. Even the Nalan alchemy sect master personally met him. Wang Mu was slightly hesitant. He was only deliberately acting cautious, hoping that his father's anger towards him would lessen a little. Pa. Wang Mu flew into the sky again, spun a few times and landed heavily on the ground. His originally intact face quickly swelled up. Wang Mu looked at Wang Xianlong in horror. At this moment, he felt that his father really wanted to kill him. So what if his alchemy skills are good? As long as he is not a transcendence realm cultivator, as a disciple of the main courtyard, I can kill him at any time. Wang Xianlong looked at Wang Mu coldly. Yes, father, I understand. Chapter 1212. Astral 99. Astral 99. The main peak. Today, Wang Si and several other elders were gathered here. Their direct descendants stood respectfully behind them. In the middle of the main seat sat a young man who looked no more than 30 years old. "Big brother, can't you break through to the middle stage of the law phase realm this time?" Wang Si looked at the young man and asked in a low voice. This person was the head of Astral 99, Wang Hai, who had been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the law phase realm. As early as 100 years ago, he began to try to break through to the middle stage of the law phase realm, but he had not been able to do so. Wang Hai sighed faintly. "I'm still a little short." Wang Si and the others looked at each other. Since Wang Hai said that he was still a little short, it would probably take hundreds of years of hard work to break through. When the opportunity came, he would be able to break through. Otherwise, it was normal to stay at this bottleneck for 1,000 or 2,000 years. Wang Si's eyes flashed a hint of joy. He hid it very well so no one could see it. "I just came out of seclusion. I heard that our Astral 99 has a new alchemy master. Where is he?" Wang Hai looked at Wang Si faintly and said. Jiao Kongji, who was standing behind Wang Si, looked a little ugly. When he heard Wang Hai's words, his face could not help but tremble. "This person lives with Wang Shui," Wang Si said. "Oh." Wang Hai's eyes moved slightly. He knew his granddaughter very well. His son and daughter-in-law went to the ruins of a mortal grotto heaven to work a long time ago. Wang Shui was basically raised by him. Logically, she would not easily let someone live with her. Presumably, this alchemy master's attainments in alchemy were not low. "Grandpa, you came out of seclusion." A beautiful figure flashed in. Wang Shui looked at Wang Hai in surprise and said, "Hee, yes, come and let Grandpa see. Your cultivation has increased so much?" Wang Hai looked at Wang Shui in surprise. Before he went into seclusion, Wang Shui had just broken through to the late stage of the eternal life realm. In less than a year, Wang Shui's cultivation had been extremely stable and had increased a lot. This really surprised Wang Hai. He thought that it would take at least 20 or 30 years for Wang Shui to consolidate her current cultivation. And this was counting the 20 to 30 years of non-stop consumption of medicinal pills. "I have to thank Master Beixian for this. If it weren't for the 9 transformations of eternal elixir he refined, I wouldn't have been able to consolidate my cultivation." Wang Shui laughed. "Master Beixian can make the 9 transformations of immortality elixir." Apart from Wang Si, the rest of the elders were shocked. Jiao Kongji's face became more and more unsightly. He had already heard about this from Wang Long elders, don't you know? According to Astral 99's rules, I have already handed over 3 of the 9 transformations of eternal pills refined by Beixian to Grand Elder Wang Si. Wang Shui smiled. Several pairs of eyes shot toward Wang Si. Wang Si smiled faintly and said, "The 9 transformations of eternal life pills are indeed with me, but the quantity is too small to distribute. When the quantity increases, I will take it out and distribute it to everyone." Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. A look of joy appeared in Wang Hai's eyes. "Shui, is what you said true? This time, the alchemist you invited can actually refine the inheritance elixir?" "That's not all, Grandpa. Master Beixian can also refine the 2nd stage Dharma enhancement elixir. Even some common elixirs refined by him will have a higher grade. Nalan Alchemy sect wants to recruit Master Beixian, but he rejected them." Wang Shui didn't even realize that when she said this, her face was filled with a proud smile. Nalan Mingjian wants to recruit him? Then his alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary. He can refine the 2nd stage Dharma enhancement elixir. I'm afraid the alchemist you invited back should be from the central mainland. Wang Hai noticed Wang Shui's expression, and a faint smile suddenly hung on the corner of his mouth. He was just about to ask about Ning Qi's cultivation. If his aptitude was good, he had already made a decision in his heart. However, Before he could speak, Wang Hai's expression suddenly turned cold, and he looked outside the hall coldly. Wang Xianlong brought Wang Mu, who had a pig's head, through the air and appeared in the hall in the blink of an eye. Wang Xianlong? Everyone was slightly stunned. What was he doing here? Wang Hai looked at Wang Xianlong and smiled. Nephew Xianlong, why are you here? Wang Hai, I thought you could break through this time, but I didn't expect you to still be in the early stage of the Transcendence realm. It's really disappointing. When Wang Xianlong heard the words nephew of Xianlong, his face trembled. However, his seniority was indeed one generation lower than Wang Hai, so he couldn't refute Wang Hai and could only use his cultivation. When Wang Si and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. However, they didn't reprimand Wang Xianlong. After all, Wang Xuanlong's potential was still very high, and he had a high chance of breaking through to the middle stage of the Transcendence realm. If they spoke now, they would definitely offend Wang Xianlong. In the future, when Wang Xianlong broke through to the middle stage of the Transcendence realm, who would be a match for him? Hee, you don't have to worry about my cultivation. Tell me, why are you looking for me this time? It seems that you have people in my courtyard too. I just came out of seclusion and you already know? Wang Hai said with a faint smile. Wang Shui looked at Wang Mu strangely. Suddenly, she said suspiciously, you are Wang Mu? Are you really Wang Mu? Who beat you up like this? In fact, everyone had already noticed Wang Mu's appearance, but because of Wang Xianlong they suppressed their curiosity and didn't ask without permission. A trace of shame and anger flashed in Wang Mu's eyes. Wang Shui had recognized him long ago, and now she was deliberately mocking him. Wang Xianlong glanced at Wang Shui indifferently, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He already knew from Wang Mu that Ning Qi was recruited by Wang Shui, and the feud between the two was also because of Wang Shui. If his son's disappearance was really related to Ning Qi, Wang Xianlong wouldn't let her off easily. Wang Hai, I'm not looking for you this time. I'm looking for an alchemist who serves in your courtyard. I think his name is Bei Xian, Wang Xianlong said indifferently. A trace of surprise flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. Wang Xianlong came to find Ning Qi because, thinking of this, she couldn't help but coldly stare at Wang Mu. Oh, why are you looking for Bei Xian? Do you want him to help you refine pills? Wang Hai smiled. The disappearance of my eldest son, Wang Xiao, has something to do with him, so I want to meet him personally and ask him. Wang Xianlong said indifferently. Your eldest son is missing? Wang Hai was a little surprised. Wang Si and the others looked at each other suspiciously. They had heard about this matter, but they didn't expect Wang Xianlong to think that it was related to Ning Qi. Yes, Wang Xianlong nodded. If your son is missing, go look for him. What's the point of looking for an alchemist from my courtyard? Do you want him to refine a son for you? Chapter 12:13. Warrior Immortal Body. Wang Hai, are you trying to protect the alchemists of Astral 99? The disciples of the Wang family cannot be humiliated. No matter how useless my son is, he is still a prodigy who has the potential to break through to the Transcendence realm. Some peak elders have already noticed this. If he is really dead, and the killer is an alchemist from the 99th Academy, you, Wang Hai, will not be able to escape the blame. I'm afraid I can't be the master of the 99th courtyard anymore, right? Wang Xianlong stared at Wang Hai coldly as a murderous aura emanated from his body. Everyone's expression turned serious. Did Wang Xianlong really think that the Bei Xian elder killed Wang Xiao? How was this possible? Isn't Bei Xian a divine consecrator, only at the early stage of eternal life realm? How could he be a match for Wang Xiao, who possessed an emperor-grade divine soul, had broken through to the middle stage of the eternal life realm, and had mastered the power of hundreds of thousands of laws? Wang Hai frowned slightly, as if sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. He stopped mocking Wang Xianlong and stood up in a serious manner. Wang Xianlong, are you saying that an alchemist from Astral 99 killed your son, Wang Shao? Yes or no? I will personally ask him when I see him. Wang Xianlong said coldly. All right, I'll let you see him. If that's really the case, I, Wang Hai, will naturally not protect the murder of my Wang family's disciples. Wang Hai nodded. Even though he hated Wang Xianlong and had a few conflicts with him in the past, he still chose to stand on the side of the Wang family when it came to the big picture. No matter what reason the other party had, as long as they killed a member of the Wang clan, Wang Hai would have to bear the responsibility. If he didn't know about it, it would be fine, but since he did, he couldn't possibly cover for them. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Grandfather. A hint of worry flashed in Wang Shue's eyes. Wang Hai nodded at her and said, Don't worry. As long as it's not the work of Bei Xian, no one can frame him. Wang Xuanlong's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Wang Hai's words were meant for him. When Wang Shue heard this, she was relieved in her heart. However, the worry in her eyes was still there. Only she knew that Ning Qi's cultivation was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. If he really had a dispute with Wang Shao, Ning Qi could probably kill Wang Shao based on his strength that day. Everyone came to the mountain peak where Wang Shue lived. Go and get Bei Xian, Wang Shue said to the guard at the door. Master Bei Xian is in seclusion in the alchemy room. The guard carefully glanced at the large group of people. When he saw Wang Hai, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Seclusion? Even if you're in seclusion, you must call him out. Wang Xianlong said coldly, Let's go in and take a look. Wang Hai glanced at Wang Xianlong. Then he strode inside. Although the people in the courtyard were nominally Ning Qi's servants, they didn't dare to stop Wang Hai and the others. They all stood aside respectfully. Not long after, Wang Hai and the others arrived in front of the alchemy room. After Wang Xianlong saw the restriction on the alchemy room, he frowned slightly and slowly raised his hand. What are you doing? Wang Hai stopped Wang Xianlong and snorted coldly. Naturally, it's to break the restrictive magic. Wang Xianlong looked at Wang Hai coldly. Ha ha ha, Wang Xianlong, don't take advantage of me. This restrictive spell was personally set up by me. If you break it, where will I put my face? Are you going to pay for the cost of the forbidden spell? Wang Hai was so angry that he laughed. Then what are we going to do? Wait for him here? Wang Xianlong slowly retracted his hand. He wasn't afraid of Wang Hai. He just didn't want to have a conflict with Wang Hai here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself in front of Elder Zhifeng. Let's wait. The activation of the restrictive magic means that Bei Xian Consecrator is inside. A few days is nothing to us. Wang Hai said indifferently. All right. Wang Xianlong sneered. He walked to the stone pavilion in the courtyard and sat down. Wang Mu followed behind him with his head lowered. He could feel that even the servants were looking at him with a trace of mockery. A large group of people waited in the courtyard for Ning Qi to come out. Ning Qi's servants were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If Wang Shue wasn't present, they would have accidentally spilled tea when they served tea. After all, to a Do Dan realm cultivator, a Transcendence realm cultivator was too far away. They had only seen Wang Hai from afar when they had just entered the Wang family. They had rarely seen Wang Si and the other elders. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Wang Mu's swollen face had subsided. He said in a strange tone, Dad, are we going to wait for him here? He's so arrogant. Wang Hai, you can break the restrictive magic yourself. Wang Xianlong looked at Wang Hai coldly. You can either leave or wait here. This is the 99th courtyard, not the main courtyard. I have my own rules, Wang Hai said indifferently. He gently picked up a grape and threw it into his mouth. He then looked at Wang Shue with a smile and said, Where did you get these grapes? They're so sweet. Grandpa, if you want to eat, I'll go buy more. These grapes are from the central continent. Wang Shue smiled. Wang Xuanlong's eyes burned with anger when he saw this scene, but he forcibly suppressed it. Wang Mu seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Wang Xianlong coldly glared at him, causing him to immediately shut his mouth. His little heart was pounding in fear that his father would vent his anger on him again. Wang Mu had just pledged his loyalty to Wang Xianlong, so he didn't want to be in such a sorry state again. Top cultivation training ground. An incomparably rich power of law surrounded Ningqi. Among the 5 elements, wind, thunder, fire, wood, and ice were intertwined. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, it almost became a scene of doomsday. Any life that came close to this area would be swept away and then turned into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the middle stage of the eternal life realm. The system's prompt sounded. Ningqi's body seemed to have become a sea of laws. The surging power of laws washed over Ningqi's body the moment he broke through. At this moment, the war god's body, which had originally reached the peak of proficiency, suddenly underwent a huge change. The proficiency increased crazily. Finally, the words War God's Body on the attribute panel became War Immortal's Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the great perfection of the War God's Body and advancing to the Immortal Clan's divine ability. Grade, Level 1. Huh. Ningqi was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. He didn't expect that breaking through to the middle stage of the eternal life realm would bring him such benefits. War Immortal's Body, Immortal Clan's divine ability, and God's grace. I already have 2 Immortal Clan's divine abilities, but I haven't tested their power yet. Ningqi touched his chin. Then he checked the 18 dragon, subduing palms, and dragon elephant prajna art. Because these 2 were divine tier cultivation techniques, Ningqi's proficiency had not reached great perfection yet. Maybe they will also advance after reaching great perfection. Ningqi was secretly looking forward to it. Chapter 12:14. There was a huge commotion. Who are you? Ningqi frowned slightly. They definitely weren't here to look at the stars or the moon. The only possibility was that they were here to look for him. Among so many people, he only recognized Wang Shui, Wang Si, Wang Mu, and Wang Dalong. As for the 2 cultivators at the front, he had never seen them before. You're Bei Xian. Wang Xianlong looked at Ningqi coldly. That's me. What's the matter? Ningqi frowned. The other party looked similar to Wang Mu, so they were either his grandfather or father. It seemed that the reason why so many people came to look for him was because of Wang Shao. Wang Hai looked Ningqi up and down. Suddenly, his eyes moved and a trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt that the smell on Ningqi's body gave him a familiar feeling. Wang Shao, have you seen him before? Wang Xianlong stared at Ningqi. I haven't. Ningqi said indifferently. Impossible. You must have killed my big brother. Wang Mu roared with a hint of anger in his eyes. Aren't you annoying? I said I haven't seen him before. Is there something wrong with your head? Ningqi looked at Wang Mu and curled his lips. Bullshit. That day, my big brother left the city with you. How could you not have seen him before? Wang Mu was furious. Your big brother left the city with me, and I have to see him? Haven't I seen the hundreds of billions of creatures outside the city? Ningqi sneered. A straightforward person will not resort to insinuations. Wang Mu was in the wrong in this matter. There is some enmity between you and him. So he impulsively sent Wang Shao to teach you a lesson. I will naturally report this matter to the Peak Elder, and he will be punished as he should be. However, you have to pay him back. Wang Xianlong looked at Ningqi coldly. Wang Mu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that his father would betray him so easily. Great. So you guys were the one who looked for trouble with the alchemists of the 99th courtyard? Wang Xianlong, you're really shameless. Wang Hai suddenly sneered and said, That's two different matters. I was just teaching him a lesson and he won't die. But now my son is missing and I don't even know if he's alive or dead. If I, Wang Xianlong, don't give me an explanation today, I'll fight to the death with your 99 astrals. Wang Xuanlong's words were filled with monstrous killing intent. The faces of Wang Si and the others changed, and their eyes gradually became dignified. If this matter wasn't handled well, Astral 99 would be in deep trouble. I'll say it again. I've never seen your son. You can leave now. Ning Qi said lightly. Okay, let me extract your soul and ask you. If you're really innocent, I, Wang Xianlong, will definitely apologize to you. Wang Xianlong looked at Ning Qi coldly and suddenly attacked. Even Wang Hai hadn't expected him to attack, so suddenly, he wasn't able to stop him at all. Not good. Wang Shui's eyes were filled with horror. If a cultivator's soul was extracted, then even if it was returned, it would greatly damage their origin. To a cultivator, origin was their foundation. If the origin was injured, there was no hope of breaking through in the future. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi could only surrender, Ning Qi let out a sneer. War immortal body. A dazzling golden light shot out from between Ning Qi's eyebrows and instantly wrapped around Ning Qi. After Wang Xuanlong's attack touched the golden light, it bounced back and he couldn't help but take 3 or 4 steps back. Wang Xuanlong's eyes were filled with shock. Although he only used 30% of his strength, he was a dignified law manifestation realm cultivator. Not to mention 30%. Even 10% of his strength was not something that a cultivator at the eternal life realm could block. Seeing that Wang Xianlong was pushed back, Wang Hai's eyes were filled with shock, not to mention Wang Si and the others. Everyone looked at the golden light in front of them with incomparable shock. Shui, where did you find this guy? Is his cultivation level at the eternal life realm or the law manifestation realm? Wang Hai couldn't help but ask. Grandpa, I'm not very sure. Wang Shui herself was confused. A body-tempering cultivator. Wang Xianlong looked at the golden light with some dread. After a few breaths of time, the golden light became even more dazzling. It was like a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Countless pairs of eyes from all the branches of the Wang family, including the main courtyard, looked at the golden light. Their eyes were filled with doubt, surprise, and doubt. At the same time, a figure that was flying toward the main courtyard suddenly stopped. After looking at the golden light for a few breaths, he flew toward the 99th courtyard. He arrived almost instantly and hovered in the air. No one noticed him at all. Aside from him, cultivators from all the branches and main courtyards came after hearing the news. Wang Xianlong and company's faces were a bit livid when they saw how big the commotion was. Wang, ancestor Wang Lin, suddenly Wang Mu saw a figure. After that figure flew through the air, the others quickly made way for him. They all had respectful expressions on their faces. Ancestor! Wang Xianlong and company quickly bowed. When they lowered their heads, there was a flash of anger in Wang Xuanlong's eyes. He originally wanted to quietly deal with this matter, but he didn't expect Ning Qi to cause such a big commotion. Yes, although Wang Lin was called an ancestor, he didn't look very old. He looked like he was 30 or 40 years old and was very handsome. His aura was hidden to make him look like a normal person. If he wasn't standing in the air, even mid-stage transcendence cultivators wouldn't be able to see through him. What happened here? Wang Lin looked at the commotion on Ning Qi's side. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes as he casually asked. Before Wang Xianlong could speak, Wang Hai explained the situation to him. Wang Mu's heart was dead. The Wang family's ancestors weren't fools, so they didn't think that he was only asking Wang Xiao to teach Ning Qi a lesson. Now that this matter had been exposed to so many ancestors, including the strongest ancestor in his branch, Wang Lin, he was afraid that the punishment he would receive would be very severe. Yes, Wang Lin's face was expressionless, so no one could guess what he was thinking. They only knew that his attention was attracted by the golden light. What kind of method was this? All the Transcendence realm cultivators revealed a hint of doubt. They felt a very strange aura from the golden light. Chapter 12:15. Xian Zhan arrived in person. The first person to arrive at Courtyard 99, the figure that even Wang Lin hadn't noticed, suddenly revealed a hint of shock in his eyes. Inside the golden light, a wry smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. Ever since he activated the immortal's body of war, he had lost control of his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the golden light could stop Wang Xuanlong's attack, he would have been killed by himself. What kind of **T spell is this? There are descendants of the celestial clan in this faraway world. Oh, it's just that the bloodline isn't pure enough. There seems to be a lot of impurities in it. How did you awaken the spell of the battle celestial clan? It took my soul more than 10 breaths of time to get here. It must have cost me a lot. A loud sound echoed in Ning Qi's mind. Who is it? Ning Qi was terrified. At the same time, a ray of green light escaped from Ning Qi's body. It tried to escape toward the golden light, but a ray of celestial spiritual energy shattered the green light. Meng Tianshu, who was far away in the forbidden area, suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. There is still an evil spirit in your body. You are a disgrace to the celestial clan. The voice came again, but Ning Qi couldn't see anything. The next moment, he found himself being pulled into the endless void again. At the same time, a figure surrounded by celestial spiritual energy appeared before Ning Qi. He stood on a cloud, wore golden armor, held a long spear, and had an extremely cold expression. Who are you? Ning Qi was terrified. How did he attract such an existence when he used the battle celestial body? I am the guardian of the battle celestial clan. You are not a member of the battle celestial clan, so you don't have the right to know who I am. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. But since I'm here, I'll help you this time since you have the blood of the celestial clan. Next time, don't even think about making me come. The next moment, Ning Qi's consciousness suddenly entered the darkness. In the outside world, the golden light dissipated and Ning Qi appeared before everyone. However, at this moment, Ning Qi's expression and aura were different from before. However, none of the people present knew Ning Qi, so they couldn't tell the difference at all. You guys come at me together. Ning Qi glanced at everyone indifferently as a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Hiss! Wang Shui and the others gasped. Is this guy crazy? There were at least 100 Transcendence realm cultivators here, and this didn't include the peak elders and Wang Lin's ancestor. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Ning Qi frowned slightly impatiently when he saw that no one moved. When Wang Lin saw this, he couldn't help but frown. One of the branch cultivators saw this and thought Wang Lin was angry. He immediately shouted at Ning Qi, "Arrogant brat, I'll deal with you." This person was an early-stage Transcendence realm cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow-grade, superior-grade Vajra Dharma form descended from the sky and suppressed Ning Qi. The Wang clan's cultivation technique basically condensed the Vajra Dharma idol. The only difference was the grade. For example, the great sage Xian Zhen's Vajra Dharma idol was a mystic grade. Aunt Ning Qi looked at this scene with some disdain. With a flick of his finger, the superior yellow-level Vajra Dharma idol exploded and turned into ashes. The Transcendence realm cultivator was seriously injured. His face was filled with disbelief and despair appeared in his heart. The Dharma idol was the foundation of a Transcendence realm cultivator. Once the Dharma idol was destroyed, even if it was condensed again in the future, it wouldn't even have 10% of its original power. When all the Transcendence realm cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but gasp. As for Wang Shui and the others, they were completely dumbfounded. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Wang Mu's eyes were filled with fear. That Transcendence realm cultivator was 2 generations older than his father, and his cultivation level was 30% higher than Wang Xuanlong's. However, such an existence as Dharma idol was destroyed by Ning Qi in the blink of an eye. Wang Xianlong subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His back was already soaked. All the peak elders flew to Wang Lin's side and stared at Ning Qi with vigilance. At this moment, they no longer believed Wang Xuanlong's words. Such an existence must have some other purpose for sneaking into the Wang family. Who the hell are you? Wang Lin's expression finally became serious. In his view, to be able to instantly kill an early-stage Transcendence realm cultivator, this person's cultivation level was at least at the late stage of the Transcendence realm, the same as his. In the void, the figure that no one noticed looked at Ning Qi with a hint of shock and doubt in his eyes. I've used up a lot of energy. Let's go back. Ning Qi ignored Wang Lin and muttered to himself. In the next moment, another burst of golden light came from his body. Everyone quickly left the courtyard and looked at this scene with dread. After the golden light dissipated, Ning Qi looked at his body with a weird expression. Then he slowly looked at Wang Shui, but he found that Wang Shui, who had a good relationship with him, was looking at him with fear in her eyes. What exactly happened just now? Where did that guy who called himself the guardian of the battle Celestial Clan go? Several questions appeared in Ning Qi's heart. From the eyes of these people, Ning Qi could guess that something must have happened. Otherwise, why would Wang Xianlong look at him with fear in his eyes like Wang Shui? Something is wrong. This child's aura is different from before. Could it be that he was possessed by a creator? The figure that had been hiding in the void suddenly walked out. When everyone saw him, they were all surprised. Ancestor. Grandson greets ancestor. Nephew greets ancestor. Grandson greets ancestor. Grandson greets ancestor. All the law, phase, realm cultivators bowed. The Wang family members below the law phase realm didn't even have the qualification to bow. They directly knelt on the ground, including Wang Shui. Could this person be Great Sage Xianzhen? Ning Qi's eyes gradually became vigilant. All of you get up. Great Sage Xianzhen said calmly. Yes. The Wang family disciples who were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another. The Dharma characteristic realm cultivators who were bowing also straightened their bodies. Their eyes were still on Great Sage Xianzhen with admiration and respect. Father, did the trip to the ancient, desolate, forbidden land go smoothly? Wang Lin clasped his hands. Yes. Great Sage Xianzhen just nodded, and his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Seeing this, Wang Mu couldn't help but gloat in his heart. Great! He directly destroyed the law phase of a law phase realm cultivator of the Wang family in front of Great Sage Xianzhen. Wouldn't he be dead now? Wang Lin, how much do you think he looks like Feng Jiuxian? Great Sage Xianzhen's voice slowly sounded. What? Feng Jiuxian? Chapter 1216. Only 30 years, Feng Jiuxian? Wang Lin's expression changed greatly as he stared at Ning Qi. After Great Sage Xianzhen's reminder, his gaze toward Ning Qi gradually changed. Why did Ancestor suddenly mention Feng Jiuxian? There are many people who look like her in this world. The various law phase cultivators couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Wang Hai, Wang Shui, and Wang Xuanlong's gazes toward Ning Qi changed once more. Wang Xuanlong's expression became serious, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. How old are you this year? Wang Lin's figure moved slightly and appeared before Ning Qi. He was even taller than Ning Qi and looked down at Ning Qi. I don't remember. Ning Qi faintly looked at Wang Lin. There was a hint of worry in his heart. He had learned from Wu Yin that his relationship with Feng Jiuxian and the Wang family wasn't simple. As for whether or not he was Feng Jiuxian's son, Ning Qi wasn't sure. After all, when Feng Jiuxian escaped the Azure Dragon continent with Wang Lin's Queen Muting. It had been hundreds of years since he was born. Neza was only pregnant for 3 years before he was born. Could it be that he had been in his mother's womb for hundreds of years? Wang Lin frowned slightly and placed his hand on Ning Qi's forehead. Ning Qi felt his body being suppressed by a force and couldn't move. A mysterious force entered his body from Wang Lin's palm and moved through his body once. Wang Lin's eyes moved slightly, then he let out a sigh of disappointment and said to great sage Xianzhen, "Dad, he is not Mu Ting's son." Phew, many people let out sighs of relief, especially Wang Xianlong. If Ning Qi was really related to Feng Jiuxian, then he must be related to Wang Muting. Then he wouldn't be able to get revenge on Ning Qi. After all, in terms of seniority, he had to call Wang Muting aunt. For some reason, Wang Shui's eyes revealed a hint of relief, and she let out a sigh of relief. Is there a blood relationship? Great Sage Xianzhen asked. No. Wang Lin shook his head and looked at Ning Qi with disappointment. He turned around and walked next to Great Sage Profound Truth. The next moment, Great Sage Profound Truth personally appeared before Ning Qi. When Wang Lin saw this, his expression changed greatly. Ning Qi had just been toyed with by Wang Lin, and now Great Sage Xianzhen's mysterious power had invaded his body. This child did not shed his corporeal body and use it to achieve eternal life? You have more than 3 million law forces in your body, but you're only at the middle stage of eternal life realm? Great Sage Xianzhen's eyes lit up. He let go of Ning Qi and looked at Wang Lin. Why did you lie to me? Father, Wang Lin revealed a hint of worry. The next second, he appeared between Ning Qi and Great Sage Profound Truth. Wang Lin seriously looked at Great Sage Xianzhen. Dad, you personally forced Mu Ting and Feng Jiuxian to go missing. I can't let you attack my grandson again. Grandson? Everyone felt as if their hearts had been hit. When they heard Wang Lin's words, their faces were filled with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? How could he be ancestor Wang Lin's grandson? Wang Mu looked at Ning Qi in horror. His body trembled uncontrollably. His father wasn't much better. Wang Xuanlong's eyes were also filled with fear. He couldn't help but clench his fist and then slowly loosen it. He knew that it would be impossible for him to take revenge on Ning Qi. Ancestor Wang Lin's grandson. Wang Hai's mouth opened slightly. How could this be? There was a hint of pain in Wang Shui's eyes. As for Wang Long, he was even worse because he had asked the cultivators of the Demon Fiend Division to assassinate Ning Qi. This wasn't a secret, so Wang Mu knew about it. If Ning Qi was really ancestor Wang Lin's grandson, then his fate. Thinking about this, Wang Long felt regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have listened to Wang Si and not attacked Ning Qi. Do you think you can stop me? Great Sage Xianzhen coldly looked at Wang Lin with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Child can only try. Wang Lin bitterly smiled. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Even the air was about to freeze. All the cultivators below the law phase stage felt like they couldn't breathe. Ancestor Wang Lin, are you sure I'm your grandson? Could it be that you saw wrongly? I'm actually only in my 30s, so it doesn't make sense. Ning Qi let out a dry laugh. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a hint of horror in their eyes. 30 years old? Breaking through to the mid-stage of the eternal life realm at 30 years old? This kind of cultivation speed was a bit too terrifying, right? Wang Lin revealed a hint of hesitation. He suddenly reached out and hit Ning Qi's head. A ray of cold light came out from Ning Qi's forehead and turned into a human figure before everyone. It was a girl who looked no older than 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a light blue palace dress, had snow-white skin and big bright eyes. This is... A hint of surprise flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. This scene suddenly reminded him of the first time he met Tuoba Shun in the White Emperor Tower. At that time, there was a shadow that was activated above his head. But this time it was a woman? Mu Ting, your mother misses you very much. Wang Lin looked at the figure that looked like a real person, and his eyes became slightly moist. Father, Mu Ting is unfilial and can't take care of father and mother. Please don't worry. The girl bowed toward Wang Lin. This is ancestor Mu Ting. She really didn't die. It looks like this child is ancestor Wang Lin's grandson. I'm afraid his seniority is even higher than mine. Wang Lin was very old. He only gave birth to Wang Muting when he reached the late stage of the law phase stage. Wang Muting was his youngest daughter, so although she wasn't very old, her seniority was shockingly high. Grandpa, Mu Ting knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry at Mu Ting. The girl bowed toward Great Sage Xianzhen. Great Sage Xianzhen's eyes revealed a hint of regret. He knew that this was only a shadow left behind by Wang Muting. After hesitating for a second, Great Sage Xianzhen slowly nodded. Grandpa forgives you. If your original body finds out, remember to come back and see Grandpa. The girl didn't seem to hear him. She walked up to Ning Qi and gently touched Ning Qi's face. Her eyes revealed a hint of love and reminiscence. Ning Qi felt his cheeks become cold as he silently looked at the girl. Child, your mother was seriously injured and could only leave you in the Ning family. You won't blame your mother, right? The girl faintly smiled. I don't blame you. Ning Qi whispered. Your mother and your father have very important matters to attend to. Once that matter is over, your mother will come find you. Just 30 years, just 30 years, just 30 years. Chapter 1217. Ancestor Bay. Xian only 30 years? It had been far more than 30 years since she left. How old did you say you were? Has it been 30 years since your mother left? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with anxiety as he grabbed Ning Qi's arm and asked, More than 30 years. Ning Qi said, Mu Ting is in danger. She must be in danger. Wang Lin muttered to himself. Wang Lin muttered to himself. His expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Great Sage Xianzhen. Dad, I go. Since this child is Mu Ting's son, he is also a disciple of our Wang family. I'll help you look after him. Great Sage Xianzhen let out a sigh. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Since Great Sage Xianzhen said this, it meant that he wouldn't act against Ning Qi anymore. He anxiously looked at Ning Qi and asked, Child, where did your mother go missing? The Qin Tang Empire. Just as Ning Qi finished speaking, Wang Lin's figure disappeared. Could this guy find the Qin Tang Empire from such a vast continent? Ning Qi's heart was filled with suspicion. At the same time, he was also a little worried. His mother, or the woman who gave birth to the previous Ning Qi, was indeed related to him as mother and son. This was inseparable. If she really encountered any danger, Ning Qi would do everything he could to find them. At least I can fulfill my filial duty for you, Ning Qi sighed to himself in his heart. In the field, everyone was silent. They looked at Ning Qi and the great sage of profound truth, waiting for his next instruction. Their attitude towards Ning Qi was very complicated. He was the child of the woman who had caused the great sage Xianzhen to personally go to the central mainland to apologize. However, he had inexplicably returned to the Wang family and became an alchemist. His methods were so miraculous that he had actually destroyed the Dharma form of an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator with one move. Such methods had already surpassed most of the peak elders. Even among the geniuses of this generation of the Wang family, no one had such methods. Ning Qi's sudden return to the Wang family would probably block someone's path. Xianlong, you said that your son died in his hands. Great Sage Xianzhen looked at Wang Xianlong and said, Ancestor, I have no evidence. Wang Xianlong hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. Since there is no evidence, There is no need to mention this matter in the future. Great Sage Xuanjin said lightly. Yes. Wang Xianlong nodded respectfully. This level 7 spirit condensation pill should be able to help you recover your Dharma idol within 100 years. Great Sage Xuanjin then looked at the cultivator, whose Dharma had been destroyed by Ningqi. At this moment, he had a look of despair on his face, and threw him a porcelain bottle. Thank you, elder ancestor. The cultivator was pleasantly surprised. He quickly took the porcelain bottle and knelt down to thank the great sage Xianzhen. You come with me. Xuanjin, great sage, finally looked at Ningqi and said lightly. After saying that, he directly turned around and flew in the direction of the main courtyard. Ningqi hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still followed. When the others saw this, they all left with solemn expressions. Shue, you've done us a great service this time. Haha. Ancestor Mu Ting's son, Ancestor Wang Lin's grandson, and Great Sage Xianzhen's great-grandson have become our 99 Teach branches alchemists. I want to see who dares to target us in the future. Wang Hai laughed happily. Wang Shue forced a smile. Wang Xianlong, I think you should hurry up and bring some gifts to apologize. Wang Hai looked at Wang Xianlong mockingly. Humph. Wang Xianlong let out a cold snort and waved his sleeves. Wang Mu followed behind him with a terrified expression. Great Sage Xuanjin's speed was very fast. Ningqi used all his strength, but he could barely see but when he arrived outside the main courtyard, Great Sage Xuanjin's figure suddenly stopped. He looked at Ningqi, who was exuding the law of thunder, and said, Your speed is not bad. At least, cultivators in the early stage of the Transcendence realm without special Dharma artifacts can't catch up to you. Ningqi smiled and didn't answer. Great Sage Xianzhen reached out and grabbed. The next moment, the surrounding scenery changed greatly. Ningqi found himself standing in the middle of a small courtyard. Tell me, who did you get your inheritance from? Great Sage Xianzhen asked with his back facing Ningqi. Can I not tell you? Ningqi smiled. Great Sage Xianzhen slowly turned around and looked at Ningqi. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. A creator doesn't dare? Ningqi smiled. Great Sage Xianzhen was slightly startled. You think you can become a creator? Why not? Ningqi smiled. All right, I won't ask about your inheritance. Great Sage Xianzhen looked at Ningqi for 3 to 4 breaths and said indifferently. After a pause, he continued, I will ask the Wang family's disciples to keep your identity a secret so that it doesn't spread to the central mainland. If that person is still jealous, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. In the future, you will cultivate well here. Is it that person in the central mainland who forced you to kill your granddaughter? Ningqi asked. Great Sage Xianzhen's eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Ningqi coldly. Don't think that you can be so rude in front of me just because you are my great-grandson. The Wang family's disciples have higher cultivation than you. The strongest few are already mid-stage transcendence, cultivators. Compared to them, you are far inferior. Just now, Wang Kong's Dharma was destroyed by you. I'm afraid it was the doing of the Almighty who possessed you. It has nothing to do with you. Celestial bloodline, hee. Back then, Feng Jiuxian also had such means, but didn't she flee the Azure Dragon mainland in panic? If it wasn't for Mu Ting, you would have to stay in the Inferno prison for at least 100 years for talking to me in this tone. I want to know who that person in the central mainland is and what his name is. Ningqi said indifferently. He didn't seem to care about Great Sage Xianzhen's threat. What's the use of knowing? Great Sage Xianzhen's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. In that case, I will take my leave first. Ningqi cupped his hands and turned to leave. Cultivating in the main courtyard, the cultivation resources you can obtain are far beyond what you can see normally. Great sage Xian Zhen's voice sounded behind Ning Qi. I will stay in Astral 99. I am already used to it. Thank you, great sage Xian Zhen. Seeing Ning Qi's figure disappear from his sight, a smile suddenly appeared on great sage Xian Zhen's face. He whispered to himself, he wants to become a creator? He is really ambitious, just like his father. Astral 99. When Wang Shui saw Ning Qi reappear in front of her, she was extremely surprised. The guards and maids nearby saw Ning Qi and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Why? Why did he come back? Wang Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, followed by some distress. Bei, Grand Ancestor Bei Xian. Chapter 1218. Chapter 1218. Spirit Weapon. Wang Shui, I'm so young. Do I look like an ancestral patriarch? Don't worry about seniority. Let's talk about our own. Ning Qi smiled. The rules of the family. Wang Shui's heart was also a little moved. I don't care. What else can others say? Ning Qi smiled. That's true. Master Bei Xian, I didn't expect you to be the son of ancestral patriarch Mu Ting. Wang Shui saw that Ning Qi's attitude was the same as before, and there was no change. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, she sighed. I'm surprised too. Ning Qi smiled. Master Bei Xian, what level of cultivation have you reached? You must be in the mid-stage transcendence realm if you can destroy the Dharma of Wang Kong, the great elder of Astral 93. Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi with a hint of worship in her eyes. The scene just now was really shocking. With a flick of his finger, a cultivator in the early stage of the transcendence realm, who had cultivated for thousands of years, turned into ashes. It was Wang Shui's first time seeing such a high-end battle. I just broke through to the mid-stage eternal life realm. The transcendence realm will take some time. Ning Qi smiled. Mid-stage eternal life realm? How was that possible? Wang Shui was confused. She thought that Ning Qi didn't want to tell her, so she stopped asking. Master Bei Xian, did you leave something here? No. Am I not an alchemist of Astral 99? If not here, where else can I be? Ning Qi smiled. What? You should be cultivating in the main courtyard. With your identity, the cultivation resources you can get are 100 times more than what you can get from Astral 99. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Shui's eyes, and then her tone was a little excited. I see. Wang Shui doesn't welcome me. I'll go to the main courtyard then. Ning Qi smiled faintly and was about to leave. Wang Shui grabbed Ning Qi subconsciously. You misunderstood. Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. A figure flew through the air and landed next to Ning Qi. When he saw Wang Shuijing holding on to Ning Qi, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he laughed heartily and said, Why didn't you inform me that you had returned to Astral 99? My apologies. The person who came was precisely Wang Hai. As soon as he left, he received news that Ning Qi had returned from the main courtyard and immediately rushed over. He didn't feel awkward calling ancestral patriarch Bei Xian at all. In this aspect, Wang Shui couldn't compete with him. Senior Wang Hai, you can just call me Bei Xian. Ning Qi smiled. How can that be? You are ancestor Wang Lin's grandson. I'm several generations younger than you. Wang Hai hurriedly waved his hand. Wang Shui couldn't help but stamp her feet. When Wang Hai saw this, a smile flashed in his eyes. He nodded at Ning Qi and said, Well, then I will call you Bei Xian Consecrator. When Wang Shui saw this, her face looked better. She then told Wang Hai that Ning Qi would continue to stay in the 99th campus. Wang Hai's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said that he would give 80% of the herbs to Ning Qi. Furthermore, Ning Qi would take 50% of the pills. This ratio was already the same as the main Academy's Nailin Alchemy sect and Nine Zen Alchemy sect. Of course, the main academy's immortal herbs and spirit medicines were even more terrifying. Ning Qi still couldn't compare to these two people in the 99th branch. The next day, aside from the disciples below the eternal life realm, everyone in the Wang family knew what happened yesterday. Everyone was shocked that Wang Muting's son had returned. This was beyond most people's expectations. Many disciples of the Wang family came to visit Ning Qi. At first, Ning Qi only met a few, but as time went on, more and more people came. Ning Qi directly closed the door and refused to meet anyone. This caused the popularity of the 99th campus to increase by several fold. There were a few people who didn't have a good relationship with Wang Hai and even had a personal grudge against him. They all brought gifts to apologize. Wang Hai had a smile on his face as he enjoyed the benefits Ning Qi brought him. "Oh, that guy said I was possessed by an evil spirit. That evil spirit is probably Meng Tianshu. But why did he say Meng Tianshu is an evil spirit?" Ning Qi frowned and pondered for a moment. With a thought, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ning Qi. "Boss, I told you not to call me out if there's nothing. It's very easy for that guy to discover me. At that time, no one can save us." As soon as little Six appeared, he sat on the chair in front of Ning Qi. He crossed his legs and unceremoniously searched the fruits on Ning Qi's table. "Of course I called you out because I have something to do. I'll show you a few things." Ning Qi took out a black iron rod and handed it to little Six. "Take a look at what this is." Oh, when little Six's gaze descended onto the iron rod, a bright glow suddenly erupted from his eyes, and he directly stretched out his hand to snatch it over and inspect it carefully. After a short while, he gasped and said, "Where did you find this rod?" "Ancient, desolate, forbidden area." Ning Qi recounted what had happened to him. The more little Six listened, the uglier his expression became. "I didn't expect that even the Nether Realm cultivators would appear. I'm afraid that a lot of changes have happened in the Nether Realm during my absence." Little Six frowned. "What do you mean?" Ning Qi asked. "The Nether Realm cultivators I know will only appear when their lifespans are about to end. Under other circumstances, it's impossible for them to leave the Nether Realm. But according to what you said, there are already Nether Realm cultivators who have found a way to break out of the Nether Realm. If they really break out, I reckon that there will be a great disaster in the Immortal Continent." Little Six said in a low voice. "That's good. Saves you the trouble of taking revenge." Ning Qi smiled. "You don't understand. The Nether Realm cultivators are extremely cruel. If they devour the Immortal Continent, they will devour all the races in a frenzy until they are the only ones left. So, the place where you are now is also within the attack range of the Nether Realm cultivators." Little Six said solemnly, "Are the Nether Realm cultivators really so terrifying?" Ning Qi frowned. "Very. Until now, no one knows what the Nether Realm is like. Even the immortal emperors will be taken away by the Nether Realm cultivators in the end." Little Six nodded. After a pause, he continued, "However, this matter isn't something we need to consider for now. If the Nether Realm really makes a move, it will likely be centuries or even millennia later. You still have a long time to prepare." "You haven't told me what this rod is used for," Ning Qi said. "This rod is a spirit artifact." Little Six said indifferently, "Spirit artifact? I've only heard of battle artifacts. What are Dharma artifacts?" Ning Qi said with a frown. "Something refined with immortal qi is called a spirit artifact. You can treat it as a Dharma artifact used by immortals. However, its strength and grade are much stronger than Dharma artifacts condensed from nomological powers. It's called the Coiling Dragon Rod. It's a spirit artifact specially used to restrain us dragons. It was the spirit artifact of one of the immortals who pursued us, the ancient Sky Dragon. I never expected them to be killed by the Nether Realm cultivators." Chapter 1219. Wang Lan, Spirit Artifact. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He took out the Dragon Slayer saber and handed it to Little Six. Take a look and see if this is a spirit weapon. It's just a Dharma artifact. Little Six glanced at the Dragon Slayer saber in disdain. Although it also had a trace of aura that could restrain the Dragon Clan, it was very weak. Magic tools? Ning Qi pondered for a few breaths of time, then put away the Dragon Slayer saber and said, "No matter how I refine this coiling dragon staff, there is no reaction." "Nonsense. Only immortal spiritual energy can activate it. If you want to use it, you'll have to wait until you become an immortal." Little Six sneered. "Is that so?" Ning Qi put away the coiling dragon staff speechlessly. According to Little Six, if he could refine the coiling dragon staff and use it, even a Dharma characteristic realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand a hit from it. "Little Six, take a look at this." "What is it?" Ning Qi took out the fragment of old Lord Supreme, Lord's pill furnace, and handed it over to Little Six. He wanted to see if Little Six could recognize it. "This is also a fragment of a spiritual artifact. Did you get it from the forbidden, ancient, desolate land?" Little Six glanced at it and said calmly, "Compared to the coiling dragon staff, which one is stronger?" Ning Qi asked. "Of course, the coiling dragon staff is stronger. The coiling dragon staff is an extreme-grade spiritual artifact, while this fragment is at most a low-grade spiritual artifact. There is no comparison." Little Six rolled his eyes. Taishang Laojuan's pill furnace fragment is only a low-grade spirit artifact? Ning Qi frowned slightly. What happened? Little Six felt that Ning Qi was a little strange. "Have you heard of the name Old Lord Taishang?" Ning Qi asked. "Supreme Old Lord? Never heard of it." Little Six thought about it, then shook his head. Seeing that Ning Qi wanted to continue asking, he immediately finished all the fruits on the table, then stood up and said, "It's almost time. I need to go back first." "Oh, right. Second brother and the others have already begun to cultivate in seclusion. This time it will take a long time, but as long as they succeed, they will be able to reach the Transcendence realm." Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, Little Six disappeared. "This guy is getting more and more daring. I haven't even finished speaking, and he's already left." Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Then he thought of Little Six's last words. Little Z and the others had also started to cultivate in seclusion, and if they succeeded, they could break through to the Dharma plane. This cultivation speed was too fast. Ning Qi sometimes felt that Little Six was Little Purple System, touching the fragment of old Lord Taishang's pill furnace. Ning Qi put it away, then entered the top-grade cultivation training ground to continue his closed-door cultivation. What? Wang Muting's son is back? On a certain mountain peak in the main courtyard, a gorgeous middle-aged woman looked at her subordinate, who was half-kneeling in front of her in shock. "Master, this news is absolutely true. Furthermore, he had even destroyed Wang Kong's Dharma idol. According to the cultivators present at that time, that kid only used one move to be able to destroy Wang Kong's Dharma idol. Although Wang Kong's cultivation level is not high, he is at least an early-stage Dharma idol cultivator. Even if I were to make a move, I would need to spend some time to suppress Wang Kong. Is Wang Muting's son really that strong?" The middle-aged woman muttered to herself. After pondering for a moment, she asked with a serious expression, "Does the ancestor know about this?" The ancestor she mentioned was naturally the great sage Xuanjin. The ancestor already knows about this. He even ordered that no one from the Wang family is allowed to leak this news. He's probably afraid that that person from the central mainland will find out. Humph. How about this? You make a trip. I don't care what method you use, but you must let that person know about this. However, you must not be found out. Otherwise, you know what to do." The middle-aged woman looked at her subordinate coldly. "I understand. Wang Muting, it's fine if you leave. Even if you're not dead, you should hide well. How can you let your son return to the Wang family? If I can force you to leave, I can naturally force your son to leave as well. You forced me to do this. Don't blame me," the middle-aged woman muttered to herself. Only half a month had passed since Ning Qi's incident, and the Wang family's disciples were attracted by another matter. Wang Lan, who was known as the #1 genius of the family, had reached the mid-stage Dharma idol at a young age, and was later accepted as a personal disciple by a master of creation in the central mainland, had returned. Someone once compared Wang Lan with Wang Muting and concluded that she was even more outstanding than Wang Muting. Even the great sage Xian Zhen agreed with this statement. Do you guys know that ancestor Wang Lan has already broken through to the late-stage Dharma idol? When she came back that day, I happened to see her at the side. There was also a white-robed young man who came back with her. From the looks of it, his cultivation level seems to be much higher than ancestor Wang Lan's. Hiss! Someone gasped and asked hurriedly. That white-robed young man, could he be that master of creation's disciple? He should be. I'm guessing that he's probably a perfected Dharma idol. Isn't that the same as ancestor Xian Zhen? It's normal for a master of creation's disciple to be at the perfected Dharma idol. In the central mainland, it's not rare to see cultivators at the perfected Dharma idol. That's the real place of cultivation. Unfortunately, we don't even have the right to enter the central mainland. Hearing everyone's conversation, Ning Qi casually asked Wang Shui, "Who is Wang Lan?" He had accepted Wang Shui's invitation and was going to the main courtyard to settle the issue of spirit herbs. The spirit herbs distributed by the 99 courtyards were decreasing, which was a problem. Ancestor Wang Lan, there was a trace of admiration in Wang Shui's eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she wanted to say something. "Miss Wang Shui, is there anything I can't say?" Ning Qi was puzzled. Ancestor Wang Lan is Ancestor Wang Shaoqing's daughter, and Ancestor Wang Shaoqing is Ancestor Wang Muting's good sister. I've heard that. Wang Shui hesitated for a moment and decided to say, "I've heard that Ancestor Wang Shaoqing and Ancestor Wang Muting have an agreement. If they give birth to a boy and a girl, they'll marry each other." There's such a thing? A bitter smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. His mother found him a wife before he was even born? Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. This agreement was probably impossible to fulfill. The gap between them was too big. Ancestor Beixian. The disciples of the Wang family finally noticed Ning Qi. They all clasped their hands in fear. They didn't dare to be careless just because Ning Qi was only an eternal life realm cultivator. Not to mention that Ning Qi was Ancestor Wang Lin's grandson. Many people already knew about him destroying Wang Kong's Dharma idol. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Not long after, he and Wang Shui returned to the main courtyard. This time, before they went to Alchemy Peak to find Nalan Mingjian, an elder came to find them. Chapter 1220. Rank 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill, Ancestor Xianzhen? Wang Shui opened her mouth in surprise. Ancestor Xianzhen invited Beixian, or Ancestor said that both of you should go over. The deacon elder cupped his hands and said, when his eyes fell on Ning Qi, there was some curiosity, but also a trace of fear. As the deacon elder, he naturally knew about the matter of Wang Kong's law idol being destroyed. However, he couldn't understand it in his heart. The person standing in front of him was obviously a cultivator at the middle stage of Eternal Life Realm. How could he have such means to defeat a law idol cultivator with just a snap of his fingers? A trace of fear flashed in Wang Shui's eyes, and she subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled faintly. In that case, let's go over. At the same time, I will mention the immortal grass and elixir, so that some people don't cross the line. Since he now had the identity of the Wang family's disciple, he naturally had to make good use of the convenience of his identity, so that Nalan Mingjian wouldn't dare to target him. The elder deacon led the two of them to a hall in the mountain range, where Xuanjin, great sage, was. Then he left respectfully. The two entered the hall. Ning Qi didn't feel anything, but Wang Shui couldn't help but take a deep breath. Not only was ancestor Xianjin sitting in the hall, but the other peak elders were also there, a total of 36. In addition, on the first and second seats on the left side of Xuanjin, Great Sage, sat a man and a woman. After the two entered the hall, the man and woman looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. "You are Mu Ting's son?" One of the 36 peak elders, a female cultivator, suddenly flew in front of Ning Qi and looked at him with some excitement. "Senior is..." Ning Qi's face showed a strange expression. Courtyard 99's Wang Shui greets ancestor Wang Shaoqing. Wang Shui quickly winked at Ning Qi, then she saluted. It turned out to be her. Ning Qi's expression became even more strange. According to Wang Shui's previous statement, he had an engagement with this person's daughter. Seeing that she was so excited to see him, it was likely that she had a good relationship with his mother. "Shaoqing, let's catch up later. Let's talk business first." Xuanjin, Great Sage's voice sounded faintly. "Yes." Wang Shaoqing nodded and then said to Ning Qi, "Wait a minute, don't leave yet. I want to talk to you about your mother." "Okay." Ning Qi nodded respectfully. After Wang Shaoqing returned to his seat, Great Sage Xianzhen suddenly turned to look at the young man in white on the first seat on his left. He smiled and said, "Young Master Sikong, I'm sorry for not being a good host to you today. Let me settle this matter first before I discuss Dao with young Master Sikong." "It's fine." The white-robed youth smiled and nodded. From his attitude, Ning Qi guessed that he was the disciple of the masters of creation who had followed Wang Lan back to the Wang family. So the person beside him was Wang Lan? Ning Qi's gaze landed on the woman beside the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth frowned slightly when he saw this. This woman's skin was smooth and supple. In terms of appearance, she was the most outstanding woman Ning Qi had ever seen. Wang Lan's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure when she saw Ning Qi staring at her. "Beixian, it just so happens that Wang Lan has returned to the clan today. It's time for you to get married," Great Sage Xuanjin said lightly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Among them, Wang Shaoqing's expression changed several times. Sikong Zheng's gaze that was as sharp as a sword instantly landed on Ning Qi. Wang Shui was slightly stunned and lowered her head in disappointment. Compared to Wang Lan, she felt a sense of inferiority. Everyone was silent. After a while, it was Wang Lan who spoke slowly. "Old ancestor, I don't agree to this." "Oh, you don't agree to the agreement your mother made with Mu Ting?" Great Sage Xuanjin looked at Wang Lan with a faint smile. "Yes." Wang Lan nodded. She glanced at Ning Qi with a trace of disdain in her eyes. She looked at Great Sage Xuanjin fearlessly and said, "He doesn't deserve me." "How dare you? I made an agreement with your Aunt Mu Ting. How can you go back on your word?" Wang Shaoqing suddenly stood up and scolded. Then she looked at Ning Qi comfortingly and nodded at him. She then looked at Great Sage Xuanjin and said, "Old ancestor, why don't we discuss this later? I'll try to persuade Lan. Mother, you don't have to say so much. I can't marry him." Wang Lan said coldly, "I came back for the Stage 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill that has been passed down in the family for countless years. As long as I consume it, I have an 80% chance of breaking through to the Great Perfection Transcendence realm within 10 years. I have a chance of becoming a creator in the future. I hope old ancestor can fulfill my wish." "What? She actually came back for the Stage 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill?" The expressions of the peak holding elders changed at the same time. This 9th grade Heavenly Dragon Pill was obtained by the Wang clan's first ancestor from a terrifying existence. The price he paid back then was incomparably huge and had been passed down from generation to generation. The Wang clan's ancestral teachings stated that only those with monstrous talent who had the chance to become a creator were qualified to consume this pill. Even Wang Muting back then didn't have such a qualification. This stage 9 heavenly dragon pill was in the hands of the previous family heads. This generation was guarded by great sage Xuanjin, and it was hidden in an extremely secret place. Stage 9 heavenly dragon pill? Great sage Xuanjin smiled and glanced at Xikongzheng. Seeing the flicker in Xikongzheng's eyes, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He looked at Wanglan and said, "Your talent is indeed rare in these hundreds of thousands of years. Even I can't compare to you. You are the most likely person in the Wang family to become a creator. How about this? After you and Beixian get married, I will take this stage 9 heavenly dragon pill as your wedding gift." Anger flashed in Wang Lan's eyes. At this moment, Xikongzheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. He cupped his hands at Great Sage Xuanjin and said, "Great Sage Xuanjin, junior sister Wang Lan's talent is outstanding. Master loves her very much. There is no reason for her to marry a eternal life realm cultivator. The previous agreement was just a joke. Please take out the stage 9 heavenly dragon pill so that junior sister Wang Lan and I can return to the sect as soon as possible." As Xikongzheng spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi with murderous intent in his eyes. It was as if he was threatening him. At this moment, many of the elders in charge of the peaks had a sudden realization. They finally understood why Great Sage Xuanjin suddenly called Ning Qi to the main hall and even mentioned the marriage between him and Wang Lan. He probably already knew the purpose of Wang Lan's return to the family. The stage 9 heavenly dragon pill was the most precious thing in the Wang family. Only after confirming that Wang Lan couldn't leave the Wang family in the future would Great Sage Xuanjin consider whether or not to take it out. In that case, the best way was to let her marry a disciple of the Wang family. Otherwise, if Wang Lan married a cultivator outside the Wang family in the future, wouldn't that be giving the other party an advantage? Young Master Xikong, this is our Wang family's matter. Please don't interfere. Great Sage Xuanjin smiled at Xikongzheng. There will be no result between us. Please persuade the old ancestor. Chapter 1221. 30 years, me? Ning Qi looked at Wang Lan in shock and pointed at himself. Yes, I know that when you returned to the clan, someone had already told you about the agreement my mother made with your mother. However, now that I look at it, it's really laughable. It's impossible between you and me. In the future, I will become a creator, and you. Wang Lan glanced at Ning Qi, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. He was Wang Muting's son, and he should have been a transcendence realm cultivator by now. But because Wang Muting and Feng Jiuxian had done something shameful to the family, the old ancestor had personally hunted him down and forced him to wander outside, unable to receive the family's nurturing. Now, hundreds of years had passed, but he was just an eternal life realm cultivator. She didn't know that Ning Qi had only been born a few decades ago, but he had spent more than 1,000 years in the training ground. And you are only an eternal life stage cultivator, while my cultivation level is no weaker than your ancestors. Do you think there is a chance between us? You were the one who asked Patriarch Xianzhan to marry me, right? Don't worry, as long as you persuade him. I'll give you enough cultivation resources to cultivate for 100 years. What do you think? Wang Lan continued. She said all of this using voice transmission, so no one here, not even the ancestor or Xikongzheng, could hear it. The more Ning Qi listened, the more he found it funny. He looked at Wang Lan with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Don't worry, before today I never knew you existed. I agreed to cancel the agreement between my mother and your mother. But it's not that I'm not worthy of you. It's that you're not worthy of me." Wang Lan was startled, and then there was a hint of anger in her eyes. She wasn't worthy of him. But I can't change Patriarch Xianzhan's decision. I'm just telling you that if you want the rank 9 Heaven Dragon pill, you have to return to your family and never go to the central mainland again. Or you have to find someone you like in your family and get married. Only then will the Patriarch give you the Heaven Dragon Pill. Ning Qi's voice was filled with mockery. What? Wang Lan's eyes moved slightly. After Ning Qi's reminder, she finally understood why the Xianzhen ancestor suddenly did this. So this guy wasn't the one who asked the Xianzhen ancestor to let her marry him? This thought flashed through Wang Lan's mind. Patriarch Xianzhen, although I can't interfere in the affairs of the Wang family, junior sister Wang Lan is one of the true disciples of the Nine Immortal Sect. Her business is the business of the Nine Immortal Sect. Xikong Zheng looked at the mystic truth, great sage, plainly and said. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of all the peak holding elders present. The Nine Immortal Sect was an extremely famous sect in the central mainland. There were more than 10 experts at the Transcendence realm in the sect, which directly surpassed the total number of experts in the Azure Dragon mainland. There were countless cultivators at the Transcendence realm and Transcendence realm below them. They could be considered a colossus. Since she's a member of your Nine Immortal Sect, then don't come to my Wang family to ask for a rank 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill. Great Sage Xuanjin smiled faintly. Xikong Zheng and Wang Lan's expressions changed. Wang Xiaoqing, who was sitting not far away, also had a flash of anger in her eyes, but she hid it very well, so no one present noticed. Old ancestor, I am a member of the Wang family, and I will be a member of the Wang family in the future. According to the ancestors' teachings, the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill should be given to me. Wang Lan looked directly at the great sage Xuanjin. Everyone thought that this girl probably wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. Some people were already wavering. At this moment, 2 late-stage Transcendence realm cultivators who had been silent and had auras much stronger than the peak-holding elders said, Old ancestor, this girl Wang Lan's talent is much stronger than ours. At such a young age, I'm afraid the 2 of us aren't confident in suppressing her. Giving her the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill doesn't contradict the ancestors' teachings. Wang Xiaoqing's eyes revealed a hint of joy. These 2 were her ancestors, Wang Yan and Wang Shi. They were blood brothers, and were both at the late stage of the Transcendence realm. They were 2 of the 4 great elders of the Wang family. Wang Lin and his wife weren't in the family today, so with them speaking up for Wang Lan, the chances of getting the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill from the great sage Xuanjin would greatly increase. You can't say that. Wang Lan's talent is not bad, but his talent is also not bad. The great sage Xuanjin suddenly pointed at Ning Qi and said, Him, Wang Muting's son? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a strange look in their eyes. Wang Yan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, although he destroyed Wang Kong's Dharma with 1 strike some time ago, let's not talk about Wang Kong's cultivation level. The technique he used has nothing to do with talent. He's not even in the Dharma realm, so how can he be considered to have good talent? Wang Shi smiled. At the very least, he needs to condense his Transcendence Dharma, right? How many geniuses have died at this step? In our generation, out of 10,000 people, how many people broke through to the Transcendence realm? They were from the same generation as the great sage Xuanjin, which was why they spoke so casually. Ning Qi calmly looked at the great sage Xuanjin. This old guy kept using him as a shield. He was really shameless. No wonder the great sage Xuanjin personally tried to kill his favorite granddaughter. There was a hint of joy in Wang Shui's eyes. She secretly imagined that if Ning Qi could consume the family's treasure, the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill, then his cultivation level would increase greatly. He would be able to break through to the Transcendence realm within 10 years. Him. Wang Lan frowned and looked at Ning Qi. There was a flash of anger in her eyes. At this moment, she already understood that the great sage Xuanjin didn't want to let her consume the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill. The reason was probably the same as what that kid said. Xikong Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Great sage Xuanjin, You are openly going against the Wang family's ancestral teachings. Mr. Sikong, you have interfered with my Wang family's matters again and again. This time, I will give face to your master, so I won't hold it against you. If your master was here, I would give him some face. As for you, great sage Xianjin looked at Sikong Zhang indifferently, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. There were strong and weak ones in the Transcendence realm, and Sikong Zhang had just broken through to the Transcendence realm a few decades ago. Great sage Xianjin had the confidence to kill such an opponent even if there were 3 of them. There was a flash of anger in Sikong Zhang's eyes. He looked at the great sage Xuanjin coldly and held back the anger in his heart. This time it was his and Wang Lan's decision to come to the Wang family. His master was in seclusion all year round. He wouldn't come out for such a small matter. If the great sage Xuanjin really didn't give him face, there was nothing he could do. It's decided. 30 years. After 30 years, the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill will be given to whoever has the better talent. The great sage Xuanjin said indifferently. Chapter 1222. Chapter 1222. Pill hunting, Lan, why don't you thank the ancestor? Wang, Shaoqing hurriedly said, shooting a few glances at Wang Lan. Wang Lan nodded and cupped her hands. Wang Lan thanks the ancestor. After a pause, she said, then I will come back in 30 years. After that, she walked out of the hall with Sikong Zhang. When they passed by Ning Qi, Wang Lan, and Sikong Zhang's eyes were like sharp swords, as if they wanted to stab Ning Qi to death on the spot. Wang Lan, this girl is arrogant. It's normal. Weren't you and I the same when we were young? Feeling that the atmosphere was not very good, several elders smiled to ease the atmosphere. Xuanjin waved at Ning Qi and left the hall with Ning Qi and Wang Shui. Seeing this, Wang Shaoqing's eyes flashed a cold light. She walked in front of Wang Yan and Wang Shi and whispered, Shaoqing thanks the ancestor for speaking up for justice. It's my duty. It's rare for such a genius to appear in our bloodline. If we don't help her, who should we help? However, I'm afraid there will be some obstacles when the time comes for Xianjin to set a 30-year agreement. Wang Yan said lightly, I believe the ancestor will treat them fairly. Wang Shaoqing smiled and said. Wang Shui followed behind Ning Qi, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. She didn't know why Profound Truth, Great Sage, would call her along this time. Speaking of which, Wang Shui had never spoken to Profound Truth, Great Sage alone from the Qi refining realm all the way to the late stage of Eternal Life realm. At most, she had seen Profound Truth, Great Ancestor from afar during the grand ceremony of her family, until they returned to the mountain where Xuanjin Great Sage lived. He didn't say a few words, and just left the 2 in the yard. Bei Xian, why do you think Xuanjin Great Sage asked us to come here? Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi uneasily. Don't worry, he can't eat us, right? Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Wang Shui's heart suddenly calmed down. She didn't know why, but she felt that as long as she stood next to Ning Qi, her mind would relax a lot. After a full day and night, Ning Qi was a little impatient. There were only a few months left until the 3-year agreement between him and Feng Wudao. Every day was extremely important. Just as he was about to leave, Mystic Truth, Great Sage, suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. He examined the 2 of them indifferently, then threw a jade slip to Ning Qi and said plainly, This will lead you to the rank 9 Heavenly Dragon Elixir. What? Wang Shui didn't seem to hear it clearly. Her face showed a trace of confusion. Ning Qi looked at the Mystic Truth Great Sage in shock and said, Didn't you say that we would decide who to give the Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon Elixir to after 30 years? I have my own decisions. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Great Sage Xuanjin said lightly. Yes, why not? Ning Qi hastily put away the jade slip. From Wang Lan's previous attitude, He could tell how powerful a rank 9 heavenly dragon pill was. There was no reason for him not to take it. However, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. The great sage Xianzhen just said, "Could it be that he wants me to search for this pill with Wang Shui, NN rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir?" Wang Shui reacted slowly. The main reason was that she couldn't believe what the great sage Xianzhen just said. There are 2 rank 9 heavenly dragon elixirs. Each of you will take one. Do you understand? The great sage Xianzhen said plainly. Wang Shui looked at the great sage Xianzhen in disbelief and stuttered, "Elder, I can also take the rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir?" But Elder Wang Lan, Wang Lan, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the great sage Xianzhen. He said to Wang Shui, "I'm the family head of the Wang family. I decide who to give the elixir to. You just have to follow Bei Xian to find the elixir. Remember, take it on the spot. Don't bring it out. The appearance of a rank 9 elixir will cause a strange phenomenon. People will discover it instantly." A hint of suspicion flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He nodded and said, "I understand." After that, he pulled Wang Shui, who was still standing on the ground, and left the place. "Bei Xian, what did the elder say to you?" A figure stopped Ning Qi. Wang Shui came back to her senses. After seeing who it was, she quickly cupped her hands and bowed. The person who came was Wang Shaoqing. She looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Her eyes were filled with love. "The elder told me to cultivate diligently and not slack off." Ning Qi smiled. "That's true. After all, the ownership of the rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir will be decided after 30 years. Wang Shaoqing smiled and nodded. "Wang Lan refused to marry you just now. You don't hate her, do you?" "Sigh, this girl's cultivation is stronger than mine now. I can't control her any more. I'm not angry." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "It's good that you're not angry. It's good that you're not angry. No matter what, your mother and I are like sisters. I haven't seen your mother for hundreds of years. Do you know where she is? Is she fine now?" Wang Shaoqing said emotionally. Ning Qi said, "I don't know where my mother is, but I believe that with her relationship with you, she will definitely come to find you when she returns to the Azure Dragon mainland." "That's true." There was a flash of disappointment in Wang Shaoqing's eyes. Then she smiled and said, "Come to my place when you're free. I'll take my leave first." Before leaving, Wang Shaoqing glanced at Wang Shui and nodded with a smile. Wang Shui was flattered. "Miss Wang Shui, let's go." Ning Qi looked at Wang Shui and smiled. There was a flash of excitement in Wang Shui's eyes. She nodded. After all, they were going to look for the Wang family's treasure, the rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir. If it was before today, Wang Shui would never have thought that one day she would be qualified to consume the rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Ning Qi. Her good luck started from the day Ning Qi came to the 99th branch. "Bei Xian, you're really my lucky star." The two of them followed the route in the jade slip and finally stood in front of a barren mountain. They were speechless as they looked at the temple on the mountain that didn't have a lot of incense. They were now in a very small country called the Yen Kingdom. There weren't many cultivators in this country. Most of them were Qi refinement realm cultivators. A Dan Do realm cultivator could probably be the king here. This place was about 5 million miles away from the Wang family's ancestral city. It's so similar to the land of Dongxian. Ning Qi let out a sigh. Wang Shui asked curiously, "Bei Xian, is the land of Dongxian where you were previously?" "Yes, it's my second hometown." Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui nodded. She thought that the first hometown that Ning Qi mentioned was the Wang family. Would that thing really be in a place like this? The number of Dan Do realm cultivators that I've seen here can be counted on one hand. Wang Shui frowned. I think the great sage Xian Zhen wouldn't joke with us. Let's go and take a look at the temple first. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 1223. Xiantian, all of you stand here quietly. Today, there will be no incense offerings in the Kaiguang temple. A strong man looked viciously at everyone. Near him, there were 7 to 8 strong men who were wearing similar clothes to him. Each of them emitted an aura that was close to that of a Dou Ling, a group of Dadoshers. A strange look appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. It had been years since he had seen such a low-level cultivator. Those commoners who originally planned to burn incense at the Kaiguang temple. Seeing this array of people, how could they not be afraid? They all nodded in fear and did not dare to make any strange movements. Yo! I didn't expect such a beautiful lady to come to the Kaiguang temple to burn incense. When a brawny man's gaze fell on Wang Shui, he suddenly let out a lewd smile and walked directly toward Wang Shui. My heir, don't mess around. If you spoil Master's plans, you'll be in for it. The other macho men suddenly stopped the guy. The guy could only stare at Wang Shui lecherously. He said with some unwillingness, I will look for you after the matter is over. He didn't know that he had already taken a trip to the gates of hell. Bei Xian, why didn't you let me kill him? Wang Shui transmitted her voice angrily. Let's see what's going on here first. The jade strip led us here, which means that the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill is here. What if this is a trap laid by someone else? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Wang Shui thought about it and felt that what Ning Qi said made sense. She suppressed the anger in her heart and glared at the guy. As a result, the guy didn't care. Instead, he licked his lips provocatively. Ning Qi and the others had yet to arrive at the Kaiguang temple. It was likely that there were more of the other party's people inside the temple. Hey, you two, hurry up and find a chance to escape. A low voice rang out behind the two of them. Ning Qi and Wang Shui turned their heads and saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy blinking at them. Why should I run? Ning Qi laughed. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? He's already taken a fancy to your wife. Don't you know? The youth said angrily. When Wang Shui heard that, her cheeks turned red. She whispered, I'm not his wife. No wonder. Sister, run away quickly. This group of people are Eunuch Feng's subordinates. They came to Kaiguang Temple to find a legendary item. In our Yen Kingdom, Eunuch Feng is a devil that everyone is terrified of. His subordinates are also very bad, raping and looting. There is nothing he would not do. If Eunuch Feng was not in the Kaiguang Temple now, they would have attacked you just now. The youth said in a low voice. Eunuch Feng? Looking for something in the legends. Wang Shui was slightly stunned. The youth thought that she was afraid after hearing Eunuch Feng's name. Mystic Bay. Could the thing they're looking for be related to the rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir? Wang Shui transmitted her voice. Maybe, I don't know either. Ning Qi smiled faintly. At the same time, the young man who was advising them to quickly flee this place suddenly let out a loud cry. He charged toward the few Dadoshers at the peak of the Dou Ling class and instantly killed one of them. You Eunuch Feng's lackeys, hand over your lives. The youth's voice became extremely sharp. How dare you? Who are you? The group of strong men suddenly looked at the youth with fear in their eyes. I am a layman disciple of the Kaiguang Temple. Today, all of you dare to step into such a sacred place. I will take your lives today. The youth roared and his eyes were filled with rage. The sword in his hand turned into a cold light and attacked the group of strong men. This is a girl. Wang Shui came to a sudden realization. You didn't see it just now. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of shyness as she shook her head. Her attention was not on the youth just now, but was attracted by the youth's words. The people nearby were very surprised. They thought that they had met a thief today, but they did not expect a hero to rush out. In the end, They were not happy for long when a lightning broke through the air from the temple and hit the youth heavily with a palm. He landed beside Ning Qi and Wang Shui with serious injuries. The youth was a Do Ling while the other party was a Do Wang. It was already very good to be able to withstand a blow from the other party without dying. Leader. The group of people who were beaten up quickly cupped their hands respectfully toward the person who came. Really useless. There are so many of you, but you can't defeat him alone? The middle-aged Do Wang glanced at the group of people coldly and then walked toward the youth. The youth covered his chest and stared at the other party. Iron Paw Goshawk? I didn't expect you to become Eunuch Feng's lackey. You know me? Goshawk walked in front of the youth and looked at him coldly. Just kill me. The youth raised his head and did not answer Goshawk. You are a girl? You look not bad. Eunuch Feng likes people like you the most. I will not kill you today and give you a chance to redeem yourself. Serve Eunuch Feng well in the future. If you can get his favor, you will have a meteoric rise. It is not impossible for you to break through to the innate realm. Goshawk looked at the youth with a smile. Innate? It should be a battle of alchemy, right? Ning Qi touched his chin with a strange expression. Who are you? Goshawk saw Ning Qi's action of raising his hand and immediately looked at Ning Qi coldly. Why are you guys not leaving yet? The youth just noticed that Ning Qi and Wang Shui had not left. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. She had just specifically reminded them. Captain, this girl is very beautiful. I think Eunuch Feng will like her too. The lecherous man from before ran to Goshawk with a smile and said, as if he was presenting a treasure. Do I need you to say that? Goshawk glanced at him coldly and then looked at Wang Shui. You come with me too. Bei Xian, can I make a move? Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi. Everyone was slightly stunned. What is she talking about? It shouldn't be an ambush. Please. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Don't be insensible. I don't want to kill anyone. Goshawk frowned and looked at the two of them. Wang Shui looked at him indifferently. She flicked her finger, and a power of law directly smashed Goshawk's chest. He looked down in disbelief and pointed at Wang Shui. You innate! Before he could finish his words, Goshawk fell to the ground and died unwillingly. Ning Qi glanced at him casually and was slightly stunned because he saw a black gas condensing beside Goshawk. He saw a guy in black clothes with an indistinct face. He took away Goshawk's soul and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Underworld cultivator? I can actually see them. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Could it be because of the essence of evil Shura? Chapter 1224. The chess game. You, who are you people? What's your purpose in coming to Kaiguang Temple today? We are Eunuch Feng's underlings. You killed our captain. Eunuch Feng will never forgive you. A brawny man looked at Wang Shui in a threatening manner while feeling weak inside. You were disrespectful to me just now. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Wang Shui looked at the brawny man who wanted to tease her. Wang Shui pointed at him lightly without waiting for his face to show fear. Poof! The brawny man died in the same way as Iron Paw Goshawk. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest, and his body fell to the ground. Go and report to Eunuch Feng. The rest of the brawny men turned around and ran. A trace of coldness flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. Don't think that she had a good temper when she was with Ning Qi. However, in the face of this group of ants, Wang Shui would not be merciful. She would not give them a chance to inform the people inside. Poof, poof, poof. The figures fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the brawny men outside Kaiguang Temple were dead. Sister, you are so strong. The girl struggled to stand up. She looked at Wang Shui with eyes full of admiration. Wang Shui looked at her and felt that this girl was to her taste. She reached out and patted her gently. The power of law instantly nourished the girl's body, and her injury was healed on the spot. The girl looked at this scene in disbelief. She suddenly recalled Iron Paw Goshawk's words before he died. She took a deep breath and looked at Wang Shui blankly. Sister, are you a senior in the Inborn Realm? Inborn Realm? Wang Shui frowned slightly. She knew that there were some small places that didn't know anything about alchemy or immortality. They had never even heard of it. These places had their own cultivation levels. Wang Shui didn't know what the Xiantian realm referred to. She is indeed a master in the Inborn Realm. Tell us, what is Eunuch Feng doing in Kaiguang Temple? Ning Qi smiled. Are you also? Yang Linmei's face showed a trace of shock. There was only one possibility to be together with a master in the Inborn Realm. The young man in front of her was also in the Inborn Realm. 2 masters in the Inborn Realm. She actually saw 2 masters in the Inborn Realm at the same time. Yang Linmei was extremely excited. Wang Shui asked the people nearby to go down the mountain. Finally, only the 3 of them were left at the entrance of the Kaimwang Temple. Yang Linmei then spoke. It turned out that the Eunuch Feng she mentioned was one of the 3 Khanate realm experts of the Yen Kingdom. Although he was just a eunuch, the entire imperial court was already under his control. All the important departments were his men. It could be said that he was an existence that could cover the sky with one hand in the Yen Kingdom. Before his rise, the abbot of the Kaiguang Temple was the #1 expert of the Yen Kingdom. There was a rumor that the first-generation abbot of the Kaiguang Temple had left behind some kind of treasure in the temple. Consuming it would allow one to become an immortal. This rumor was nonsense, and no one believed it. However, after Eunuch Feng took control of the Yen Kingdom, he had his eyes on this rumor. He wanted to raise the Kaiguang Temple to the ground to see if there was such a treasure hidden there. Is Eunuch Feng in the Kaiguang Temple now? Ning Qi laughed. He has already stayed in the temple with the abbot for a month. Yang Linmei nodded. Then what are they doing? Ning Qi asked curiously. Play chess. Yang Linmei said. Chess. Ning Qi's eyes were a little strange. I can't believe that among the heroes in this world, no one dares to go to the Kaiguang Temple except for me. They even claim to be righteous people. Yang Linmei suddenly whispered with some dissatisfaction. This girl is interesting. She compares herself to a hero. Ning Qi couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. He glanced at Wang Shui and said with a smile, Let's go in and have a look. Yang Linmei came back to her senses, and her face revealed an excited expression. At present, there were 2 innate realm masters entering the Kaiguang Temple with her. Presumably, no matter how powerful Eunuch Feng was, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of 3 innate realm masters. Who are you? As soon as the 3 of them entered the temple, countless sharp eyes swept over them. This group of guys were all masters at the level of Iron Palm Goshawk. Beside them, there were also countless monks kneeling. This group of monks had a look of shame, anger, and despair on their faces. When they saw Ning Qi and the other 2, their eyes suddenly flashed with expectation. A gust of wind blew, and this group of guys all fell to the ground and died. After a full 3 or 4 breaths of time, the monks reacted and looked at this scene, dumbfounded. Which monk among you has the highest position? Ning Qi laughed. Yes, it's me. An old monk stood up. His cultivation aura was not weak. He was a king of fighters, but his body seemed to be injured. His face was very pale, and there was a group of young monks around him. You are? Ning Qi looked at the old monk. I am the abbot of the Kaiguang Temple. Are the 3 of you heroes who came to rescue us? The old monk saluted. You can say so. Take me to see your abbot. Ning Qi smiled. But Eunuch Feng, the abbot's face showed a trace of horror. Yang Linmei quickly said, Abbot Master, don't be afraid. These 2 are seniors of the innate realm. Eunuch Feng is dead this time. Innate realm? All the monks on the scene were suddenly in awe. The abbot quickly saluted Ning Qi and Wang Shui again, with a trace of shock on his face. Ning Qi gently transferred the law of wood into the old monk's body and instantly healed his injury. At this time, the abbot had completely believed in Yang Linmei's words. Under his lead, the three of them walked to the center of the Kaiguang temple. On the way, they met Eunuch Feng's men, and they were all killed by Wang Shui. Bodies fell to the ground one by one, but the old monk's eyes showed a trace of joy. Obviously, this group of guys even angered the monks who chanted Buddhist scriptures all day long. The closer they got to the center, the higher the cultivation of Eunuch Feng's men. Until a few Do-Di fell to the ground unwillingly and died, the three of them finally came to a small courtyard. There were two people sitting in the middle of the courtyard. One was a pale middle-aged man, and the other was a monk in his 50s. There was a chessboard between them. There were more than a dozen figures standing nearby. Each of them had the aura of a peak Do-Di. Seeing the arrival of the four people, the dozen people immediately looked at them coldly. As for the two guys who were playing chess, they seemed to be immersed in the game and did not respond to the arrival of Ning Qi and the others. The abbot stood in the same place and did not dare to move. He always had a fear of Eunuch Feng. Ning Qi and Wang Shui walked directly to the two people in the middle. Seeing this, Yang Linmei hurriedly followed. Chapter 1225. Unavoidable punishment. When he was 10 steps away from the two of them, a power of law suddenly gushed out from the pale-faced middle-aged man and directly shot towards Ning Qi and the other two. The dozens of Do-Di looked at the scene with schadenfreude. Wang Shui smiled slightly. The power of law had already dissipated into the air before it could get close to the three of them. This scene made the dozens of Do-Di dumbfounded. As expected of the innate realm, the abbot of Kaiguang Temple looked at Wang Shui and Ning Qi with surprise. Ning Qi walked to the front of the chessboard with a faint smile. He lowered his head and took a few glances. After that, he said faintly, "How long do you need to meditate on such a simple chess game?" The two of them raised their heads in surprise and looked at Ning Qi simultaneously. The pale-faced, middle-aged man's eyes were very gloomy. He said coldly, "Who are you?" "May I ask, little brother, how do we solve this game?" The monk looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Just like this. Ning Qi smiled and struck with his palm. The chessboard and the stone table turned into ashes in an instant. "How dare you?" The dozens of Do-Di's faces changed one after another. Fury surged in their eyes as they shot towards Ning Qi. Wang Shui snorted softly. Their bodies flew back on the spot and landed heavily on the ground. They were seriously injured in an instant. The pale-faced, middle-aged man abruptly stood up from the stool and stared at Ning Qi. "How dare you?" As for the monk, his face was filled with joy. He knew that Kaiguang Temple was saved this time. To dare to come to Kaiguang Temple at this time and destroy the chess game in front of Eunuch Feng. The other party must also be an innate realm expert. A mere beginner stage, Do-Dan dares to make noise in front of me? Ning Qi looked at the pale-faced, middle-aged man indifferently. Do-Dan realm? The monk and the middle-aged man's face changed at the same time. "Who exactly are you?" The middle-aged man's eyes became extremely vigilant. His body retreated dozens of feet to increase the distance between him and Ning Qi. "Eunuch Feng, you are dead today. These two seniors are here to subdue you." Yang Linmei looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. The other party was a dignified Xiantian realm expert. Yet there was a day when he would be afraid. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently and pressed his hand into the air. A boundless law energy instantly pressed the middle-aged man to the ground, making him unable to move. Seeing this, the abbot and the monk finally revealed a look of shock. The middle-aged man's subordinates, who were seriously injured, struggled to stand up and looked at the scene in disbelief. Eunuch Feng, who was invincible in their hearts, couldn't even withstand one move from his opponent? "Senior, there might be some misunderstanding between us." The The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of fear. He found that he could still move his mouth, so he quickly shouted at Ningqi. His heart was already filled with incomparable fear. After living an invincible life for 180 years, he had gradually forgotten that there was always someone better than him in the world. Only today did he suddenly remember that there was a legendary existence that far surpassed the Xiantian realm. I'll leave this person to you. Ningqi looked at Yang Linmei and smiled. Senior, is that true? Yang Linmei's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Go, take this sword. Wang Shui took out a celestial device from her interspatial ring. Judging from its aura, it was a middle-grade celestial device. It contained the power of law, which could easily kill an ant like the middle-aged man. Everyone's expression changed slightly, especially the middle-aged man. He could feel a trace of an aura that could make one's skin crawl from the sword. Thank you, Senior. Yang Linmei quickly reached out and took it. Then, she walked towards the middle-aged man with a sneer. With a slash of the sword on his shoulder, the middle-aged man's arm was instantly cut off. Blood kept spurting out. Because his power of law was suppressed by Ningqi, it couldn't be used to seal the wound. A look of pity flashed in the eyes of the monk who was playing chess with the middle-aged man. The other party was powerful in the Yen kingdom, and his cultivation was higher than his. In the blink of an eye, he was like a dead dog, and his shoulder was cut off by a junior in the pugilistic world with a sword. It really made one sigh with emotion. Are you the abbot of this place? Ningqi looked at the monk indifferently. I'm Jing Tian, the abbot of the Kaiguang Temple. The monk quickly cupped his hands and said to Ningqi, Since you are the abbot of this place, do you know why there are rumors in the country of Yen that there is a treasure that can make people become immortals in one step? Ningqi said with a faint smile. The abbot's face changed. Yang Linmei, who was killing eunuch Feng to vent her anger, was also slightly stunned. She stopped what she was doing and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Did these two seniors come here for the same purpose as eunuch Feng? Jing Tian laughed dryly. It's completely nonsense. Do you also believe these rumors? At the same time, there seemed to be a noise outside the Kaiguang Temple. One of eunuch Feng's men moved his ears and suddenly laughed. You are dead. The army at the foot of the mountain has received the news. Now the Kaiguang Temple is surrounded. Quickly release eunuch Feng. Today, you still have a chance to live. Ningqi looked at him mockingly and ignored him. He looked at Jing Tian indifferently. The thing here was left by my old ancestor. Do you think I believe it? What? Except for Wang Shui, everyone's face showed a trace of shock. The legendary treasure really existed? Or was it left by his old ancestor? Do you have a keepsake? Jing Tian looked at Ningqi with a somewhat complicated expression. Keepsake? Ningqi remembered that there seemed to be a few words on the jade slip given to him by Xuanjin Great Sage, so he took it out and showed it to Jing Tian. When Jing Tian saw the words, his face suddenly showed shock. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Ningqi. Junior greets Senior Immortal City. Immortal City? This guy called the Wang family's ancestral city an immortal city? But it made sense. In their eyes, Transcendence realm cultivators were really no different from immortals. When everyone saw Jing Tian's actions, they knew that what Ningqi had just said was indeed true. Their expressions were extremely interesting. Even eunuch Feng, who was howling miserably, closed his mouth and looked at Ningqi in a daze. Can you answer what I asked you just now? Why is there a rumor about the thing that my old ancestor asked you to look after? Ningqi smiled faintly. Jing Tian's expression changed drastically. Only then did he realize that the other party had just asked about this. Thinking of this, Jing Tian's expression suddenly became a little ugly. He hesitated for a while and suddenly knelt down. This junior is to blame for this. When I was young, I secretly went down the mountain to travel. Sometimes I would talk nonsense after drinking. This rumor was also spread at that time. Please forgive me, Senior. When the abbot saw that the abbot had also knelt down, he also quickly knelt down. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. If I hadn't come here today, I'm afraid this Kaigwang temple would have been turned upside down by him, right? At that time, even if you don't have the ability to enter, you will attract the covetous eyes of others. The consequences are extremely serious. Even dying 100 times is not enough. Chapter 1226. Ice and Fire. You can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment? Jing Tian smiled bitterly and whispered, This junior is willing to accept punishment. Ning Qi glanced at him faintly and said, Let's talk about this later. Miss Wang Shui, you deal with the group of guys outside. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui nodded her head and flew away. In less than 10 breaths of time, she returned to the temple. The noise and threats outside had all disappeared. Eunuch Feng's subordinates' faces suddenly turned ashen. The heavy troops that their master had arranged outside were actually resolved in an instant. They were afraid that their ending today wouldn't be any better. Take us there, Ning Qi said faintly. Jing Tian nodded quickly. Senior, please come with me. Ning Qi and Wang Shui followed Jing Tian to the back of the mountain. When Eunuch Feng's subordinates saw this, they struggled to get up, but they found that they were suppressed by a force and could not move at all. Back of the Kaigwang temple, Jing Tian took the two of them to a stone statue. Wang Shui was slightly startled and said, Old ancestor? The appearance of the stone statue was almost exactly the same as Xuanjin Great Sage, but it lacked some essence. It could be seen that the cultivation of the person who carved this stone statue was not too high. When Jing Tian heard this, he was even more certain that these two were the descendants of the person who left behind the treasure. Jing Tian reached out and gently patted the stone statue. Suddenly, the mountain wall not far away trembled. Sand and stones tumbled down, revealing a pitch-black cave. Two seniors, the treasure should be inside. Jing Tian looked at the cave with a complicated expression. When he was still a child, his master had told him that no matter what, he had to protect this cave with his life. After several hundred years, his master had already died, but this was the first time he had seen the cave that his master had mentioned. Miss Wang Shui, let's go in. Ning Qi smiled slightly and walked toward the cave. Wang Shui nodded and followed Ning Qi into the cave. The cave was not very deep. After walking for a few dozen feet, they reached the end. What appeared in front of the two was a huge bronze door. Bei Xian, how should we open this door? There seems to be a restrictive spell left by the old ancestor. Wang Shui whispered. Try putting your hand on it. Ning Qi sized up the bronze door, and his eyes lit up. On both sides of the door, there was an area that was different in color from the rest, and it was in the shape of a palm. After Ning Qi's reminder, Wang Shui also saw it. She and Ning Qi put their palms on it and felt a pain in their palms. The color of the bronze door gradually began to change and was covered with a layer of blood. In just a few seconds, it creaked and slowly opened. 2 people with the Wang clan's bloodline should be needed to open the restrictive spell on it at the same time. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The other people of the Wang clan all thought that there was only one rank 9 heavenly dragon pill. I'm afraid that the people of the outside world did not expect that there would be 2 rank 9 heavenly dragon pills here. Naturally, we need the bloodline of 2 Wang clan disciples to break the restriction spell. Wang Shui sighed. When the 2 of them entered the bronze door, a faint green light suddenly shone from behind them. The bronze door slowly closed, revealing 2 palm-shaped areas inside. Ning Qi sized up the environment behind the bronze door. It was very simple inside. It was a stone chamber with a stone platform in the middle. On it was a jade box. Wang Shui's gaze landed on the jade box, and she could not help but feel excited. Consecrator Bei Xian, could it be that the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill is inside? If he isn't fooling us, Your guess should be correct. Whether it is or not, we will know once we take it out. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Shui hurriedly nodded. Ning Qi was an alchemist, so he naturally had an understanding of elixirs. As for her, she was a layman in alchemy. Even if the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill was placed in front of her, she might not be able to determine if it was real or fake. Ning Qi went forward to retrieve the jade box and gently opened it. He saw 2 tiny dragons standing quietly inside. Their appearance was 70 to 80% similar to when Little Six revealed his true body. Could the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill be from Little Six? An odd look flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Is this the rank 9 heavenly dragon pill? It is indeed different from ordinary elixirs. It actually has the appearance of an ancient sky dragon. Wang Shui walked to Ning Qi's side and glanced into the jade box. She immediately exclaimed, "You also know of the ancient sky dragon?" Ning Qi said with a smile, "Of course I know of it." Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi curiously. Legend has it that this vast continent was created by the ancient sky dragon. Its form is completely different from the dragons that we commonly see. Therefore, to this day, no dragon branch dares to claim to be a sky dragon. I see. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He thought to himself that Little Six was truly famous. It had been in dire straits for millions of years, but even Wang Shui knew of it. "Miss Wang Shui, one for you and one for me." Ning Qi's palm trembled gently as a rank 9 heavenly dragon pill flew into Wang Shui's mouth. Following that, he swallowed one himself. He had checked it through the system, and it was indeed a rank 9 heavenly dragon pill. It was not a poison. Just as the elixir entered their stomachs, a golden dragon phantom appeared from each of their bodies. It circled around the 2 of them and let out a deafening dragon roar. The restrictions outside immediately came into effect. With a flash of azure light, an extremely terrifying aura surged out of the restrictions, directly suppressing the golden dragon phantom that was about to break out of the mountain. The nomological powers on Ning Qi's body began to surge crazily. He felt as though his body was enveloped by an extremely hot flame. Even with his present physical toughness, he could not withstand it. He could not help but let out a low growl. Wang Shui was the complete opposite. She felt as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. The cold was biting to the bone, and her skin seemed to have an additional layer of frost. "Bei, Consecrator Bei Xian, I'm so cold." Wang Shui felt Ning Qi's warmth and subconsciously leaned over. Ning Qi was unbearably hot. Although he was still standing, he nearly lost consciousness. He felt a cold object approaching him as he subconsciously reached out to grab it. "Consecrator Bei Xian, you." While Wang Shui was in a daze, she seemed to find that her clothes were being taken off. Her consciousness sobered up for a few seconds in an instant. There was a trace of shock on her face. Then she bit her lip with her teeth and gradually closed her eyes. The golden dragon phantom on the 2 of them also merged into one in an instant and surrounded them. After an unknown period of time, when Ning Qi's consciousness gradually recovered, he found that the nomological powers in his body had actually doubled. More than 6 million nomological powers. Late-stage eternal life realm. Chapter 1227. The lingering effects of the drug, eh? How could I? Even though Ning Qi was a seasoned veteran, he was stunned at this moment. A hint of shyness flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. She lowered her head and said nothing. "I know. Rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir." That damn Xian Zhen bastard knew from the start that the rank 9 heavenly dragon elixir had to be taken by 2 people, one male and one female, yin and yang in harmony. Ning Qi couldn't help but curse. Suddenly he felt that his chest was a little cold, but a tear fell from Wang Shui's eye. "Miss Wang Shui, I didn't mean it." Ning Qi smiled bitterly and comforted her. "Master Bei Xian, do you hate me?" Wang Shui lowered her head and suddenly said, "Hate you?" It can't be. Ning Qi was stunned. Then weren't you so angry just now because you and I... Wang Shui raised her head, and there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Her eyes were still red. Miss Wang Shui, you are mistaken. If I want to hate someone, I would hate the great sage Xianzhen. Why would I hate you? Ning Qi smiled bitterly. That's good. Wang Shui's tears turned into a smile, and Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Let's get dressed first, Ning Qi whispered. Wang Shui nodded shyly. It was Ning Qi's first time seeing such a timid look on her. After the two of them put on their clothes, Wang Shui couldn't wait to say, Beixian Consecrator, I have already condensed the Vajra Dharma form, but the grade is very low. It is only a low-grade yellow level. You've reached the materialization realm? Ning Qi was stunned. Wang Shui nodded. Suddenly, a 6-meter-tall Vajra appeared behind her, emitting the aura of the Dharma manifestation realm. I feel that the effects of the Stage 9 Heavenly Dragon Pill have not been exhausted. Wang Shui's face was filled with a happy smile. Ning Qi checked the state of his body. Indeed, as Wang Shui said, there was a trace of mysterious power wandering in his body. This should be the effect of the rank 9 Sky Dragon Pill, but it was not absorbed by the body. Let's absorb the medicinal effects here before returning to the Wang clan, Ning Qi said. Wang Shui nodded. The two of them sat cross-legged. About 2 hours later, they opened their eyes at the same time. Even you can absorb it? The two of them asked in unison. Then Ning Qi's face showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he smiled and said, I'm afraid that if I want to absorb the medicinal effect, I have to. Wang Shui's cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. She had already thought of the key point. This rank 9 Sky Dragon Pill was probably the same as those dual cultivation elixirs. It required 2 people to dual cultivate in order to absorb the medicinal effects. Ning Qi gently raised his hand. When Wang Shui saw this, she hesitated for a moment before she placed her hand in Ning Qi's palm. Half a month later, the 2 people had already finished absorbing the medicinal effects. Wang Shui's aura was a bit thicker, and the power of laws in Ning Qi's body also reached more than 7 million traces. This last bit of medicinal effect allowed him to increase the power of laws by more than 1 million in half a month, which was equivalent to absorbing more than 100,000 every day, as expected of a Tier 9 medicinal pill. Beixian, although you haven't broken through to the Dharma plane, you have a saint-grade divine soul. As long as you break through, your Dharma power will definitely be above yellow grade. Wang Shui snuggled in Ning Qi's arms and whispered. In this half a month, the relationship between the two had become much closer. Even the way they addressed each other had changed. I hope so. However, I don't have a saint-grade divine soul. It can be said that I have a saint-grade physical body. When I broke through to the eternal life realm, I didn't shed my physical body but merged with my divine soul. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She looked up and said, No wonder Xuanjin Great Ancestor would give you the rank 9 Sky Dragon Pill. I have never heard of anyone who could reach the eternal life realm without shedding their physical body. Half a month ago, when she woke up for the first time, she already understood that the main reason why Xuanjin Great Ancestor asked her to take the medicinal pill with Ning Qi was to use her and Ning Qi to harmonize their yin and yang. Otherwise, there was absolutely no reason for Xuanjin Great Ancestor to give the rank 9 Sky Dragon Pill to a side branch disciple like her. Wang Shui knew that her aptitude in the Wang family could only be considered average. One more time. Ning Qi lowered his head and smiled. Wang Shui's face turned red as she whispered, Yes. Jing Tian was waiting anxiously outside the cave. After the 2 seniors went in, there was no movement at all. If it wasn't for his rationality controlling himself, he would have gone in to see what was going on. Suddenly, his eyes lit up because he saw Ning Qi and Wang Shui walking out of the cave. Two seniors. Jing Tian quickly went forward and greeted. You have been waiting outside. How long has it been? Ning Qi said faintly. It has been a full month since the two seniors entered the cave. Jing Tian said respectfully, Oh, it's all right. That matter is still on time. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui asked curiously, Bei Xian, what's the matter? I have an agreement with Kunlun Grotto Heaven's young master Feng Wudao. It's about time to go to Kunlun Grotto Heaven to look for him. Ning Qi smiled. Feng Wudao is your good friend? Wang Shui was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ning Qi to be good friends with such an existence before he returned to the Wang family. It's more like an enemy. I will tell you about it when we return to the ancestral city. We should go now. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui's eyes moved slightly. Feng Wudao is your enemy? Then I will go with you to Kunlun Grotto Heaven. Jing Tian was confused. The Yan country he was in didn't even look up to the local valley master, so he naturally didn't know about Kunlun Grotto Heaven and Feng Wudao. The three returned to the temple. When Wang Shui left, she deliberately used the power of law to suppress everyone. Even Yang Linmei couldn't move, so Eunuch Feng still had one breath left. Little sister, kill him. We're leaving. Wang Shui smiled. Everyone felt their bodies relax and immediately regained their ability to move. Eunuch Feng's subordinates suddenly flew up and fled. Puff, puff, puff. They fell from the sky. Except for Ning Qi, even Jing Tian and Eunuch Feng couldn't see how Wang Shui made her move. No, don't kill me. I'll give you the entire Yan country. Please let me live. Eunuch Feng begged for mercy in horror. Seeing this, Yang Linmei didn't hesitate to cut off his head. She was afraid that Ning Qi and Jing Tian would be moved and let Eunuch Feng go. Okay, we are leaving. Wang Shui stretched out her hand, and the magic tool in Yang Linmei's hand suddenly returned to her. Then, her and Ning Qi's figure gradually faded and completely disappeared in front of everyone. Senior, Yang Linmei quickly exclaimed, and there was a trace of regret in her eyes. She didn't have the time to ask to be his disciple, and he left. She lost this opportunity. She didn't know when she would have such a chance again. Senior didn't punish me. Jing Tian's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Then he looked at Yang Linmei and smiled. I remember you stayed in our Kaiguang temple when you were a child. You were an outer disciple, right? Are you interested in being my disciple? Chapter 1228. Wang family's ancestral city. The 99th branch. Wang Shui and Ning Qi came back together. Wang Shui went to stabilize her cultivation, while Ning Qi went to the main courtyard. Due to his special identity, he arrived at Xuanjin Great Sage's courtyard. Ning Qi rolled his eyes as he looked at the courtyard that was shrouded in mist. Seclusion. The mist was a restriction set by Xuanjin Great Sage. He tried to break in but was repelled by the mist. Ancestral Patriarch Xuanjin Great Sage is in seclusion. If you need any help, you can just tell me. A Transcendence Realm cultivator who was a few years older than Ning Qi stood beside Ning Qi and said softly. He was an early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator, a branch disciple and one of the deacon elders of the main courtyard. When he heard that Ning Qi was here, he immediately rushed over. What's your name? Ning Qi looked at him indifferently and asked. Wang Zhong didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Ning Qi's tone. Instead, he was flattered. After all, Ning Qi was the descendant of Xuanjin Great Sage and had defeated Wang Kong not long ago. That guy's cultivation was higher than Wang Zhong's. When Ning Qi asked for his name, Wang Zhong quickly replied, I'm Wang Zhong, one of the deacon elders of the main courtyard. Wang Zhong, did Xuanjin Great Sage ask you to come? Ning Qi asked indifferently. Wang Zhong was surprised by the way Ning Qi addressed the Xuanjin ancestral patriarch, but he still nodded and said, The Xuanjin ancestral patriarch told me that if you need any help, I will do my best. All right, I'm going to Kunlun Grotto Heaven in 2 months. Come with me. Ning Qi said indifferently. Wang Zhong was surprised and said, I dare not disobey ancestral patriarch's order. You don't have to call me ancestor. Regardless of seniority, you're much older than me. How about this? You can either call me Master Beixian or Master Beixian. Pick one. Ning Qi said indifferently. Wang Zhong looked troubled. Ancestral patriarch, seniority cannot be messed up. Are you not going to listen to me? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Wang Zhong laughed awkwardly and said, Ancestor, I will listen to everything else, but about seniority, okay, I got it. Do whatever you want. Ning Qi nodded indifferently and flew towards the division. Wang Zhong quickly followed behind him. Ning Qi glanced at him and laughed inside. It was not bad to have a transcendence realm expert by his side. Since Wang Zhong was following his cheap great-grandfather's orders, he should be trustworthy. Seeing Wang Zhong respectfully following behind Ning Qi, many disciples of the Wang clan were secretly surprised. They were all jealous and envious. After seeing this scene, a figure came to a mountain peak in the main courtyard. Master, Wang Zhong seems to have been arranged by the great sage Xianzhen to follow that brat. Wang Zhong? If I remember correctly, his Vajra Dharma power has already advanced to the superior yellow level. He has been in the early stage transcendence realm for many years. I'm afraid he is not far from breaking through to the mid-stage transcendence realm. The patriarch is really generous to arrange for such a person to follow that kid. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Shaoqing's eyes. He paused and asked, Any news from there? No news yet. He probably hasn't seen that person yet. Got it. Let me know as soon as there's any news. Wang Shaoqing said indifferently. The 99th faculty. Ning Qi brought Wang Zhong to see Wang Hai. Wang Zhong was an early-stage transcendence realm cultivator after all. If he appeared in the faculty without a word, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Brother Wang Zhong, why are you here? Wang Hai looked at Wang Zhong and revealed a trace of respect as he asked curiously. Wang Si stood beside Wang Hai, but his eyes were secretly sizing up Ning Qi. He discovered that in just over a month, Ning Qi's aura seemed to have changed a little. Patriarch Xianzhen told me to follow him, so I'm afraid I'll have to disturb you in the future. Wang Zhong said with a smile. What? Wang Hai and Wang Si were slightly shocked. Then Wang Hai revealed a look of surprise and looked at Ning Qi. At this moment, he was sure that Patriarch Xianzhen cared a lot about Ning Qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for Wang Zhong, who was bound to break through to the mid-stage transcendence realm, to be with Ning Qi. Even in the Wang family, the status of a mid-stage transcendence realm elder was not to be underestimated. After all, apart from great sage Xianzhen and the 4 great elders, the peak elder had the most power. Every cultivator who broke through to the mid-stage transcendence realm could be appointed as a peak elder. Great sage Xianzhen had arranged for the future peak elder to be Ning Qi's guard. Brother Wang Hai, you don't seem to be happy. Wang Zhong smiled. Wang Hai quickly said, Why wouldn't I be happy? It's my honor that Brother Wang Zhong can come to the 99th faculty. At this time, Wang Shui walked into the hall from the gate. She had already consolidated her cultivation with Ning Qi at the back mountain of the Kaiguang Temple. This time she only cultivated for half a day. When she learned that Ning Qi and Wang Zhong went to look for her grandfather, she immediately ran over. When Wang Hai saw Wang Shui, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He first looked at Wang Shui suspiciously, then asked in surprise, Shui, are you? Grandpa, I broke through to the transcendence realm. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Really? Ha ha ha. Wang Hai laughed wildly in surprise. Wang Si was slightly startled, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Wang Shui had just broken through to the late-stage eternal life realm not long ago. How did she break through to the Transcendence realm? Brother Wang Hai, congratulations. Another genius has appeared in your bloodline. Wang Zhong sighed as he looked at Wang Shui and smiled at Wang Hai. He indeed felt a trace of the Transcendence realm aura from Wang Shui. You're too kind. After Wang Hai's ecstasy, he calmed down. He knew that Wang Shui's breakthrough to the Transcendence realm was not that simple. She must have had a fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Wang Shui suddenly changed. He couldn't help but say, Shui, you're no longer a virgin. Wang Shui looked at Wang Hai dumbfounded. She didn't expect him to see through her at a glance. However, why did he say it in front of so many people? Wang Shui's face blushed, and she subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Wang Hai, Wang Si, and Wang Zhong were all Transcendence realm cultivators. They were extremely sensitive to the movements around them. They also saw Wang Shui's glance. Could it be? The three of them suddenly looked at Ning Qi. Patriarch Yu and Shui, or Wang Hai stuttered. Chapter 1229. Kunlun, Grotto Heaven. The three of them had a strange look in their eyes. Wang Hai couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing this, Wang Shui quickly walked to Ning Qi's side and said to Wang Hai, Grandpa. Oh, okay. Wang Hai came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Ning Qi and Wang Shui's blood relationship was very distant. After all, they were already a branch of the branch of the branch, while Ning Qi was a direct descendant. Normally, Wang Hai wouldn't be so shocked. Instead, he would be very happy, but the difference in seniority was too big. Ning Qi was several generations older than him. If his granddaughter married Ning Qi, how would the seniority be calculated? Wang Zhong and Wang Si had a strange look on their faces. They tactfully didn't speak at this time, giving Wang Hai some time to recover. Grandpa! Seeing that Wang Hai was still a little absent-minded, Wang Shui reminded him in a low voice, You, when will your marriage be held? Wang Hai said blankly, Brother Wang Hai, ancestor Xianzhen, is in seclusion. I think we should wait until he comes out of seclusion to discuss the marriage. Wang Zhong reminded. Hearing this, Wang Hai quickly nodded. Then he looked at Wang Shui with a complicated look and said in a low voice, You and ancestor Bei Xian, go to the immortal ruins Grotto Heaven to inform your parents. Wang Hai couldn't bring himself to call him ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian. Wang Shui looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. I'll go with you. Seeing that Ning Qi agreed, Wang Shui's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. Wang Hai gradually calmed down. After explaining a few things to Wang Shui and Ning Qi, he asked the two to quickly leave for the immortal ruins Grotto Heaven. He also had to prepare for their marriage in the future. Ning Qi calculated the time and felt that it was almost time to leave for Kunlun, Heavenly Cave. He now had the power of more than 7 million Daos, and he was at the late stage of Eternal Life Realm. Even if he couldn't reverse his origin this time and transform into the World Devastator Immortal Clan's bloodline true body, he could still fight against Feng Wudao. Moreover, during this period of time, he had obtained several immortal grasses and spirit medicines that could be used to refine Yama's tears. Ancestor, Kunlun Grotto Heaven is not far ahead. Wang Zhong stood on the space-piercing ship and said respectfully to Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and said, This place shouldn't be far from the immortal ruins, right? It's not far. With the speed of Patriarch's space-breaking ship, it will only take about 20 days to reach the ruins of Immortality, Grotto Heaven, from Kunlun, Grotto Heaven. Wang Zhong smiled. Wang Shui's eyes were filled with worry. Along the way, she had already found out about the grudges between Ning Qi and Feng Yunwudao. However, she had some understanding of Ning Qi's character. Thus, she no longer tried to persuade him. If Feng Yunwudao dared to harm a single strand of Ning Qi's hair, even if she couldn't defeat him, she would still make use of her connections to pressure the Kunlun paradise. No matter what, the mystic true celestial realm's 12 paradises was just a vassal of the Wang family. 2 hours later, a giant city appeared in front of the three of them. Ning Qi put away the space-piercing boat, and the three of them landed in front of the city. This city is called Kunlun. The Kunlun Grotto Heaven is located in the center of the city. There is a passageway leading to it. Wang Zhong whispered. He had lived in the Azure Dragon mainland for a long time. He knew all the things that Ning Qi didn't know. Sometimes, Ning Qi felt that it was indeed beneficial to have such a guy by his side. When they entered the city, Wang Zhong only revealed his cultivation base slightly and handed over the Wang family's deacon elder identity token. The cultivators guarding the city let the three of them into Kunlun City in fear and trepidation. The three of them went straight to the center of Kunlun. There was a tall altar here, and Ning Qi saw the pale blue light orb that he had seen in the forbidden area of the White Emperor Tower in the land of Dongxian. However, the blue light orb here was many times bigger. It was more than 100 feet tall. Nearby, there were 4 cultivators guarding it. There was also an old man sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He looked calm and composed. Ning Qi noticed that the cultivators who wanted to enter seemed to have to pay some azure dragon crystals as tribute to the old man before they could be let in. You guys want to enter the Kunlun paradise? Do you have an invitation? The old man raised his eyelids and asked calmly when he saw Ning Qi and the other two walking over. No. Ning Qi replied calmly. No invitation? Then you guys can't enter. Unless... The old man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. He wanted to check the cultivation base of the three of them, but he realized that he couldn't see through any of them. However, this didn't affect his business. After all, he was arranged by the Kunlun paradise to guard the gate. Even the Transcendence realm cultivators had to give him some face, unless they were in the late Transcendence realm. However, such cultivators didn't need an invitation to come to the Kunlun paradise. They just had to report their names. Wang Zhong took a step forward with a beaming smile and passed a handful of azure dragon crystals to the old man. There were at least 30 to 50 of them. When the old man saw this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He kept the azure dragon crystals and said to the three of them, "You guys can go in. However, whether or not you can join Kunlun Grotto Heaven will depend on your luck." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. They ignored the old man and walked into the pale blue light orb. TSK, it's so difficult to become an apprentice. The old man sneered in disdain and continued to lower his eyes. However, his attention was on the cultivators on the street. As long as there were cultivators who wanted to enter the Kunlun paradise, his spirit would be lifted. The scene in front of the three of them changed. Not far in front of them, there was a rugged mountain road. At the end of the road, there were a few mountains shrouded in mist. The three of them weren't the only ones who came to the Kunlun paradise. There were already groups of cultivators walking on the rugged mountain road. They didn't dare to fly because Kunlun paradise had a rule that only Transcendence realm cultivators were qualified to fly in this place. Old ancestor, let's go. Wang Zhong smiled and said, "N." Ning Qi nodded. The three of them flew directly, which made the cultivators below envious. In an instant, the three of them arrived at the gate of the Kunlun paradise. When the cultivator guarding the gate saw the three of them flying over, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and asked, "The three of you are?" Wang Zhong and Wang Shui didn't speak. Just when Ning Qi was about to speak, suddenly, a resentful voice came from the mountain gate. At the same time, a few figures appeared in front of the three of them. "You really dare to come to Kunlun paradise?" Lan Dai looked at Ning Qi coldly. Beside her, there were a few young men with cold faces. They emitted a faint eternal life, realm late-stage aura. "Oh, it's you. Tell Feng Wudao that I'm here to look for him." Ning Qi looked at Lan Dai and smiled. Wang Shui's eyes flashed with killing intent. She looked at Lan Dai coldly. She could feel a strong hostility towards Ning Qi from Lan Dai. You're just a Xianling sex alchemist. What rights do you have to see Big Brother Wu Dao? Since you're here today, don't go back. Chapter 1230. A slap, hee. Feng Wu Dao had an agreement with me at that time. Can you really make a decision for him without authorization? Or is Feng Wu Dao afraid and asked you to send me away? Ning Qi looked at Lan Dai with a faint smile. At the same time, a faint aura of laws surged out from his body. The cultivators who wanted to suppress Ning Qi immediately revealed expressions of shock. For a moment, they didn't dare to act rashly because they felt an extremely terrifying aura from Ning Qi's body. Lan Dai was the main target of this aura. Her divine soul was only at the royal grade, although she was a cultivator at the late stage of eternal life realm. The power of law in her body was only about 80,000. Lan Dai only felt a pressure on her chest and could not help but take 3 or 4 steps back. Wang Shui looked at Lan Dai mockingly. Although her divine soul was also at the royal grade, Wang Shui was now a cultivator at the early stage of law phase realm. Lan Dai could not catch up with this identity alone. Not to mention, she was also a disciple of the Wang family. If they really wanted to argue, even Feng Wu Dao would have to give her some face. You. Lan Dai angrily looked at Ning Qi, and her eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Just 3 years ago, when Ning Qi and Sunset Autumn Cicada went to the divine dear Holy Land, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the eternal life realm. How did he break through to the late stage of the eternal life realm in just 3 years? What about you? Still not going to take us to see Feng Wu Dao? Wang Shui could not help but shout coldly. Bitch, what qualifications do you have to speak? Feeling that she had lost face, Lan Dai instantly exploded and roared at Wang Shui. Pa! Her figure suddenly flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Ning Qi said indifferently, Next time, what I want is your life. At this time, many cultivators who had climbed to the mountain gate were stunned at this scene. Someone actually dared to beat a disciple of Kunlun Grotto Heaven in front of the gate? Wasn't this looking down on Kunlun Grotto Heaven too much? Junior sister Lan Dai. The group of cultivators behind Lan Dai suddenly revealed astonished expressions. Then they angrily glared at Ning Qi. One of them went forward to check Lan Dai's injuries. After discovering that they were only superficial wounds, he let out a sigh of relief. After angrily glaring at Ning Qi, he whispered to Lan Dai, I'll go call junior brother Wu Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the Kunlun cave. Who the hell are you people? The cultivators guarding the gate also came over and surrounded Ning Qi and the other 2, looking at them coldly. You dare to hit me? Lan Dai covered her face and stood up. Her face was full of disbelief as she glared at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred. Now that the woman has been beaten up, it's about time for drifting wind to come out, right? Ning Qi said lightly. Feng Wu Dao's woman. When the nearby cultivators heard this, their faces were filled with shock as they stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. They even dared to hit the young cave master's woman. Where did these 3 people come from? Looking at their calm expressions, they don't seem to be afraid at all. Could they be geniuses from the other caves? That's possible. But even if they're geniuses from the other caves, if they dare to make a move in the Kunlun cave, they'll probably be in deep trouble. Seeing that Ning Qi was ignoring her, Lan Dai's anger rose to the top of her head. She pointed at Ning Qi and shouted, You and that bitch, don't even think of leaving the Kunlun cave today. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to strike out, a few figures broke through the air and landed beside Lan Dai. Looking at Lan Dai's face, Feng Wu Dao asked in a low voice, Are you all right? Brother Wu Dao, the Xianling sex alchemist, and that bitch humiliated me. Lan Dai threw herself into Feng Wu Dao's arms, aggrieved. Don't worry, no one can humiliate my woman. Feng Wudao patted Lan Dai's back and consoled her, after which he looked coldly at Ning Qi and said faintly, "If you hand over the Yu immortal cauldron today and break your own arms, I will let you leave this place safely. However, that woman will remain in the Kunlun cave and be suppressed for 100 years. You can come and get her after that. Brother Wudao, I want to kill that bitch with my own hands." Seeing that Feng Wudao did not want to kill her, Lan Dai raised her head and said hurriedly, "Shut up. What right do you have to call me a bitch every time you open your mouth?" Wang Zhong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly shouted, You are?" Feng Wudao looked at Wang Zhong coldly. Suddenly his expression changed. He could feel a trace of the Transcendence realm aura from Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong," Wang Zhong said calmly. Surnamed Wang? The crowd of cultivators immediately thought of the Wang family. The way they looked at the three of them changed. A cultivator of the Wang family? Feng Wudao frowned. There were many Transcendence realm cultivators in the Wang family. He had only cultivated for 700 years and had only seen a dozen of them. Hence, he could not tell which branch Wang Zhong was from. However, if the other party was really a cultivator of the Wang family, this matter would be troublesome. Lan Dai was taken aback. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "Brother Wudao, they're lying. How could a Xianling sex alchemist be with a cultivator of the Wang family?" Ning Qi looked at Lan Dai calmly. "I've said it before. The next time I come, I'll take your life. How dare you humiliate a woman of the Wang family? That woman was also a cultivator of the Wang family?" This time, even the cultivators of the Kunlun cave were shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear. "Beixian, I'll take her life with my own hands," Wang Shui said calmly. "As long as you like it." Ning Qi smiled. At the same time, Wang Shui let out a trace of the Transcendence realm aura. At this moment, even Lan Dai felt that something was wrong. She had just humiliated a Transcendence realm cultivator of the Wang family. Lan Dai was flustered. She looked at Feng Wudao with a pleading look in her eyes. Feng Wudao's expression changed slightly. He nodded at Lan Dai and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." With that, he looked at Wang Shui and cupped his fists. "I wonder which genius of the Wang family has come to visit my Kunlun cave?" Wang Zhong looked old and was only an early phase Transcendence realm cultivator. Feng Wudao did not take him seriously, but Wang Shui was different. One look and he could tell that she was a genius. Even Feng Wudao had his reservations. "Wang family, courtyard 99, Wang Shui." Wang Shui said calmly. "Courtyard 99?" Feng Wudao's eyes flashed with disdain, but he hid it well. He smiled and said, "My junior sister was a little reckless just now and offended Miss Wang Shui. I hope Miss Wang Shui won't blame her. I've said it before. I'll take her life with my own hands. I'll wait until after your match with Beixian." Wang Shui said calmly. Feng Wudao's expression changed and turned gloomy. It seemed that the other party was not going to give him any face. The disciples of the Wang family really have a temper. They don't even give face to the young cave master. Chapter 1231. Dragon Slayer Wang Zhong. A mere branch disciple of the 99th courtyard dares to be so arrogant in my Kunlun grotto heaven? Feng Yanwudo looked at Wang Shui coldly. No matter which branch of the Wang clan, their status and bloodline are all nobler than yours. Wang Shui sneered. Feng Yanwudo's eyes flashed as he looked at Ning Qi. "I don't know how you found the Wang clan cultivators to help you. 3 years ago, I didn't like the way you looked at me. Since you've come to Kunlun Grotto Heaven to find me, I'll compete with you. However, life and death are fated in this competition. Do you dare?" Beixian. Wang Shui glanced at Ning Qi, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. This scene was seen by everyone, and they couldn't help but gasp. This kid seemed to have a close relationship with the Transcendence realm prodigy of the Wang clan? Could he be a gigolo? Many people looked at him with disdain, but in their hearts they were filled with jealousy. Feng Wudao was also slightly startled. Soon after, he had an idea of what was going on. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. If this Brett merely had a good relationship with Wang Shui, then so be it if he killed him. The Wang family's elder wouldn't come to Kunlun Grotto Heaven just for a good friend of a branch family disciple who died in his hands. Don't worry. Ning Qi patted Wang Shui's shoulder and comforted her. This scene made many people gnash their teeth in jealousy. Even Lan Dai was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Wang Shui didn't know why, but after being patted by Ning Qi, she felt more at ease. Wang Zhong's voice rang in her ears. Don't worry. Feng Yanwudo can't kill the elder. With Wang Zhong's promise, Wang Shui was even more assured. She looked at Feng Yanwudo and Lan Dai with murderous intent. You don't dare? Feng Yanwudo said indifferently. Why not? Ning Qi chuckled. Then follow me. Feng Wudao snorted coldly. He turned around and walked into the Kunlun Grotto. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the hundreds of cultivators who had gathered at the mountain entrance. Let them in. No matter what the result of this competition is, let the other mystic true immortals know about it. Yes. One of the guards nodded slightly, and then he waved at the group of cultivators and said, Everyone, please! The group of cultivators revealed a hint of surprise in their eyes. They never expected that they would have the chance to witness Feng Yunwudao in action today. Furthermore, if they could enter the Kunlun Sky Grotto, their chances of staying in the Kunlun Sky Grotto would greatly increase. Instantly, their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Feng Yunwudao. Kunlun Grotto Heaven's arena. This place was half a mountain. The summit seemed to have been shaved off, leaving only flat ground. There were more than 10 layers of restrictive techniques arranged nearby, golden light swirling about. The disciples of Kunlun Cave who heard the news stood in the air nearby, pointing at Ning Qi and the other two. Doubtless, I heard that cultivators from the Wang family have come. A loud and clear voice was heard, and the nearby cultivators hurriedly bowed to him. The newcomer was a muscular man who was 3 meters tall. He was almost a third taller than the average person, and he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. He landed beside Feng Yunwudao, smiling as he sized up Ning Qi and the other two. Elder Ouyang. Feng Yunwudao respectfully nodded to the muscular man. This person was one of the 4 great elders of the Kunlun Sky Grotto, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Transcendence realm. In the Kunlun Sky Grotto, he was the #1 expert other than his father. He had condensed a mystic lower grade Transcendence realm, and the grade of his Transcendence realm was similar to the master of the Kunlun Sky Grotto. In the future, he had a high chance of breaking through to the late stage of the Transcendence realm. Ouyang Daiha smiled. Which courtyard of the Wang family are the 2 of you from? A trace of fear flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. She knew about Ouyang Daiha. Even in the Wang family, half of the peak elders were no match for him. The Titan transcendence that he condensed was inextricably linked to the Titan descendants of the central mainland, and it possessed an extremely terrifying defense. Wang Zhong smiled and said, Main courtyard Deacon Elder Wang Zhong. Courtyard 99 Wang Shui. Wang Shui said plainly, Main courtyard. This old man was the Wang family Deacon Elder? Feng Wudao's expression changed slightly. Lan Dai, who was standing among the spectating cultivators, felt her body turn soft after hearing this. The status of the Wang family Deacon Elder in the main courtyard was extraordinary. Even the late-stage Eternal Life realm was equivalent to the early-stage Transcendence realm in the outside world. As for that old man, he was already an early-stage Transcendence realm cultivator. Other than the Wang family's disciples, mid-stage transcendence realm cultivators could only be his peers. Ouyang Daiha's eyes moved slightly. Then he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "So it's the Dragon Slayer Vajra Wangzhong. I've heard a lot about you." Dragon Slayer Vajra? Ningqi looked at Wang Zhong with a strange expression. He had such a nickname? Hiss, Dragon Slayer Vajra. The legendary Dragon Slayer Vajra, who slaughtered hundreds of early-stage Transcendence realm dragons in dominating Immortal Realm 300 years ago. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Wang Zhong with fear in their eyes. To be able to kill hundreds of dragons of the same level, he was a battle maniac. Elder Ouyang is overpraising me. What Dragon Slayer Vajra? It's just a joke from the outside world. Wang Zhong smiled faintly. Ouyang Daiha's eyes flashed with a trace of dignity. He had already heard from his subordinates that an eternal life realm cultivator came to seek revenge against Feng Yanwudo. He had never heard of Courtyard 99's Wang Shui, but he knew Dragon Slayer Vajra Wang Zhong. Ouyang Daiha knew that when he was in early-stage Transcendence Realm, he couldn't have such a battle record as Wang Zhong. At that time, he killed so many dragons in dominating Immortal Realm and returned to the Wang family's ancestral city. Ordinary cultivators couldn't do it. I wonder what misunderstanding there is between this little brother and Wu Dao. Can I be the middleman? Ouyang Daiha looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Only a fight can eliminate the misunderstanding." "Oh, really?" A trace of coldness flashed in Ouyang Daiha's eyes. He had already shown his attitude. Even if Feng Yanwudo killed this kid, the Wang family wouldn't be able to find a reason. Ouyang Daiha smiled and nodded at Feng Yanwudo, then said to Wang Zhong, "Brother Wang, please?" Wang Zhong nodded faintly. Together with Wang Shui, they followed Ouyang Daiha and soared into the sky. They stood in the air outside the forbidden technique of the arena. Now, only Feng Yanwudo and Ning Qi were left in the arena. The two looked at each other. The nearby cultivators felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, but most of them still came with the mentality of watching a joke. Late-stage Eternal Life, realm challenging early-stage Transcendence realm? Wasn't this a joke? In these 3 years, your cultivation has progressed at a godly speed. However, you are still no match for me. Chapter 1232. Divine Grace, anyone can brag. Just because you said I'm not your opponent, does that mean I'm not? Ning Qi smiled lightly. Feng Wudao's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, and then he smiled slightly. Fine, I'll let you see the true strength of a law manifestation realm cultivator. An incomparably huge foot suddenly descended from the sky, directly trampling towards Ning Qi. Wang Shui and Wang Zhong's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. If Wang Zhong hadn't received advice from Xuanjin Great Sage in advance, he would have already rescued Ning Qi from the arena. Wang Shui's palms were covered with a layer of sweat. One could imagine how nervous she was for a law manifestation realm cultivator to be like this. That's it. Brother Wu Dao, quickly kill him. Quickly kill him. Lan Dai clenched her fists in excitement. As long as Ning Qi died in Kunlun Grotto Heaven today, the Wang family would no longer have the face to stay in Kunlun Grotto Heaven. The matter of her insulting Wang Shui would naturally be resolved. So this is a law manifestation. The group of cultivators who came from all over the continent stared at this scene, dumbfounded. Most of them were only at the early and middle stage of Eternal Life Realm. Before today, they had never even seen a fight between law manifestation realm cultivators. At this moment, they felt the destructive aura coming from the huge foot, making them frightened. If this foot steps on me, even if I have hundreds of avatars, it will be useless. Even my origin will be annihilated. This child is only a late-stage Eternal Life realm cultivator. It's absolutely impossible for him to resist this move. Many people made a judgment in their hearts, and then looked at Ning Qi with some pity. Everyone was Eternal Life Realm cultivator, and it was inevitable that they would feel interdependent. Repeating the same trick? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. 3 years ago, Feng Wudao stepped on him like this, almost trampling him to death on the spot. Today, he wanted to use this move again. Obviously, he wanted to kill him in the most humiliating way in front of so many people. 18 Dragon, subduing palms. Break for me. Ning Qi roared and slapped the huge foot with his palm. 7 silver dragons, condensed from the power of law, instantly soared into the sky. Hiss, what a powerful law! This power of law far surpasses mine by 100 times. Is he really just a late-stage Eternal Life Realm cultivator? Saint-grade divine soul. It must be a saint-grade divine soul. No wonder he's with the cultivators of the Wang clan. I'm afraid this guy is a cultivator that the Wang clan has recently recruited. He has a saint-grade divine soul, yet he's still able to cultivate to the late stage of the Eternal Life realm. If he breaks through to the Transcendence realm, I'm afraid he'll be able to condense a low-grade transcendence of the profound step. At this moment, the faces of the Kunlun Grotto Heaven cultivators turned ugly, including Ouyang Daiha. Just now, even he couldn't see through Ning Qi's strength. Only now did he realize that Ning Qi's cultivation had far surpassed the Eternal Life realm late stage. A prodigy with a saint-grade divine soul might stand a chance against an ordinary early-stage transcendence realm cultivator. However, he still has no chance against Daolus. Ouyang Daiha thought to himself. Boom! A loud bang rang out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions with the two of them at the center. It was like a stormy sea that slammed into the restrictive barrier of the arena. With a tearing sound, the first restrictive barrier was broken. After that, the shockwave broke through 3 restrictive barriers before it slowly dissipated. This guy is so strong. When the smoke dissipated, everyone saw Ning Qi standing indifferently in the arena. Nothing happened to him, and the huge foot in the void had disappeared. Feng Wudao's expression was somewhat unsightly. Ning Qi's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. 3 years ago, Ning Qi was like an ant struggling at death's door beneath his feet. 3 years later, Ning Qi could actually injure his Dharma idol. This kid can't be left alive. I must kill him today. Otherwise, he'll become my greatest enemy in the future. Feng Wudao's killing intent instantly surged. Originally, he didn't care whether he killed Ning Qi or not. But now he had made up his mind that he must kill Ning Qi. Otherwise, if he allowed Ning Qi to grow and break through to the Transcendence realm, even he wouldn't be able to suppress him. Saint-grade divine soul. This was already the standard of the Central Mainland's geniuses. Thinking of this, a transcendence realm that was hundreds of meters tall suddenly condensed behind Feng Wudao. Many cultivators, including those from Kunlun Grotto Heaven, were seeing the complete giant spirit transcendence realm for the first time. They immediately let out a sigh. The giant spirit transcendence realm was covered in golden armor, and it held 2 giant hammers the size of small hills in each hand. You're the first Eternal Life realm cultivator to see my complete transcendence realm. The corner of Feng Wudao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of mockery. Many people saw it, okay? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Feng Wudao's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He didn't intend to fight a war of words with Ning Qi anymore. With a slight thought, the giant spirit transcendence realm roared, leaped up and attacked Ning Qi with its twin hammers. Elder Wang. Wang Shui looked at Wang Zhong anxiously. Even she wouldn't be able to withstand Feng Wudao's attack. How could Ning Qi block it? No matter how strong he was just an Eternal Life realm cultivator. Wang Zhong's expression changed slightly. He made a decision in his heart and was about to save Ning Qi when he found Ouyang Daiha standing in front of him. Ouyang Daiha smiled and said, Brother Wang, Let's just watch the competition. Let the younger generation solve their problems. Wang Zhong's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Younger generation? He had to call Ning Qi old ancestor. Ouyang Daihe was a cultivator of the same generation as him, so his seniority was naturally lower than Ning Qi's. Wang Zhong was just about to reveal Ning Qi's identity so that Ouyang Daihe wouldn't dare to stop him. Suddenly, he felt a heart-palpitating aura coming from the arena. What aura is this? Ouyang Daihe's expression changed, and he looked at the arena in surprise. The nearby cultivators were a little slower than Wang Zhong and the others, but in a flash, they also felt that the aura in the arena had undergone a great change. A terrifying aura emanated from Ning Qi's body. Divine grace, reverse samsara, the immortal race's first-rank magical ability. A faint phantom appeared behind Ning Qi. The phantom's entire body was shrouded in mist, so it couldn't be seen clearly. However, the mountain-sized palm was clearly visible. The palm's middle finger slowly curled up, and then it flicked at the giant spirit Dharma idol. The giant spirit Dharma idol was instantly sent flying. Feng Wudao's face revealed a look of shock. In the next moment, a loud and clear voice that didn't seem to belong to the mortal world resounded in the arena. Reverse. Turn. Reincarnation! The incomparably huge palm turned and directly slapped at Feng Wudao. Ouyang Daihe didn't even have time to react before Feng Wudao was slapped into the ground. What kind of technique is this? Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Is that his Dharma idol? Everyone was shocked.